Right, let's get this show on the road. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Identity 5 Checkmate tournament. Today will be day 2 of the tourney's first phase, the elimination rounds. And yesterday we got to see First Love versus Andromeda and Apocalypse versus LG, just to recap. And First Love and LG, respectively, are going to be moving forward in the tournament. So today we are going to be seeing Shitang and Ravens for the first bracket, and then the second bracket later on is going to be with Nyan Nation versus Omega. My name is Myxieneo, and I will be your commentator for this first bracket between Ravens and Shitang. And later today, you'll get to see Nyan Nation versus Omega. I believe it's going to be with Sikey and Bones. And I really hope you're all excited for this first bracket with Ravens and Shitang. I really encourage you all to put your support for them in the chat. Some of you might actually recognize these teams and the players competing. I think it's really worth noting that Ravens as a team just recently participated in the KOA 6 qualifiers for NAEU. And Shitang also has some players that are no strangers to competing in official tourneys either. And one of their hunters, Ling, actually played for Team CH4 during the qualifiers as well. And all of their players are really exceptionally skilled. So I really discovered that when I was doing some research on all the players playing today. And I'll be sure to go over the rosters for the teams while we have the time right now. So over with Ravens, of course, not all the players who participated in those qualifier matches will be playing for Ravens today, but it's going to be really great to see some familiar or fresher faces playing for this team making a splash in the competitive scene. So for their survivor lineup, we have Pablo ZG, David, Sapphire, and Felchap with Proud Sensei as a sub, and the Ravens Hunter lineup includes Dweeb with Luo as a sub as well. And I'm going to start off by going with their 2 picks that they listed for the KOA qualifier information. So Pablo ZG had Patient and Mercenary, but while I was researching, I also found that he's got quite a number of badges. He plays Merc, Forward, Patient, Acro, First Officer, and in the last Checkmate tourney, we also did see some Forward, Acrobat, and First Officer gameplay from Pablo ZG as well, so that's really great. We have David, who had Antiquarian and Prospector listed. He's currently the 8th Prospector in NAEU right now, and he's got an A badge for Antiquarian, Batter, Wildling, Priestess, I believe B badge for Barmaid and Professor, so David's really great with assisting and definitely has a skill for those harasser characters. We have Sapphire, who listed Toy Merchant and Mechanic, but we've also seen some Entomologist and First Officer from their KOA qualifiers, and some Seer and Dancer gameplay from their previous Checkmate tourney gameplay. I believe they're also the 4th Toy Merchant right now. Really great stuff. I didn't find anything on Felchap, so that's going to be a huge surprise for today. I really look forward to who they're going to be playing. As for their hunters, Dweeb is a Dream Witch and Wax Artist main. They're currently the 1st Dream Witch. And Luo is a Bloody Queen and the Disciple main, and I believe they're also the 1st Bloody Queen in NAU right now. And for Shitang, we have 8, Fuja, Candy, Tunwan, and Salted Fish for their survivor lineup. My apologies if I end up butchering any names. And their hunters are Cho and Ling. And for their mains, I guess I'll list a few. 8 is a really great assist main, I believe the current 2nd perfumer in NAE right now. And they also play Toy Merchant. Fuja is a decoder main. We've got a lot of really great decoder mains on this team. I believe we've got a lot of mechanic players, especially, who's definitely rising back in the meta. They play Prisoner and Mechanic and have a B badge for Mechanic. Candy is a Rescuer decoder main, and they are currently the 51st Mechanic right now. They also play Mercenary. Chunwan plays Contain, Assist, Decoder type characters, and they're currently the 1st Mechanic. Salted Fish plays Contain and Assist characters, and I believe they also dabble in a little bit of Mercenary. And for their hunters, we have Chol, who plays Geisha and Guard 26, and Ling plays Axeboy and Bloody Queen, just to name a few. They also played for CH4 in the KOA qualifiers once again, and it's really worth noting that Ravens actually played up against Ling as well. I believe they went up against his Axe Boy and Bloody Queen as well. So it's going to be really great to see them hopefully kind of go up against them as well. So we do have the map and ban pick so far. Ravens has decided to go with, I believe that is Lakeside Village, and Shitang did end up banning Moonlit River Park. That's really, really solid choice. I do believe that we did end up getting a lot of Moonlit River Park last tournament, even in the first round, but taking it off the table right now, especially when you can't ban any hunters, does pose like a really great opportunity. We are going to be having the ban and pick selection soon. And an important thing to note is that we are going to be using the COA 6 rules as a guideline for our own in this tourney. And it's going to impact the banning and picking phase the most. So I believe that the hunter will only ban 2 survivors during their second turn of banning while they're taking turns. And it's most notable in the first round because they're only going to be able to ban 1 survivor before these survivors get to lock in as 2. So that first ban is really going to matter, and honestly, it's a really good indicator of who they might be playing. And so we do have a Seer ban over on Shitang's side. They're going to be hunting first round, and Ravens is going to be the survivors. Now we are going to be having Antiquarian as our first pick. Antiquarian and Entomologist, really, really solid choice. They are just exceptional at harassing as well as supporting their teammates. And I think it's going to be definitely a double threat. We are going to be having Seer off the table though, so I think that's a good indicator of what other hunters are going to be taken off the table. They won't have to be worrying about that guard 26, but it does give the possibility. I'm not sure who's going to be hunting first, but I think it gives good opportunities for perhaps Geisha, Bloody Queen. We have seen some Bloody Queen in first rounds, even in Checkmate alone, I believe. So I definitely wouldn't take them off the table. We are going to be seeing Priestess and Mercenary as our second and third bans for the Survivor. I do think it gives way for some of their other Raven Survivor picks. And hello DTM, I'm going to be casting alongside DTM now. Feel free to hop in whenever you're ready. We are going to be getting that first officer third choice.
Hi, thanks for having me. Sorry I'm late.
me.
I didn't have a lot of notice again, but we ball. So today we have Ravens versus Shitang. Do I have that right?
No, go for it.
I'm not sure I know much about this team. Hold on, I'll get online. Sorry.
No worries. We're still getting things in order, and we did get Patient as the 4th Survivor ban, and now Psychologist is going to be their last pick for Ravens.
This is an interesting comp. We have Antiquarian, Ento, First Officer, and Psychologist. We still don't know the Hunter yet. This is a really interesting comp though. We're seeing Antiquarian, which has lately become really meta. I wonder if they'll get much value out of that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and we just got notified that Ling is going to be the one who's hunting first. I'm super excited. We got to see Ravens go up against Ling in the COA qualifier, so I definitely think that this is going to be a really great rematch opportunity.
Ooh, that is pretty interesting. Yeah, they just played recently, Ling and Ravens, and it did go in Ling's favor in COA, but that might not be the case today. So this should be really interesting. I'll have to see. It'll be exciting to see how Ravens do in the rematch.
Yeah, I agree, and I do think that it's going to be a different map as well. Lakeside Village. I do have faith in Link's Axe Boy ability in general, but I definitely think that on bigger maps, you really have to be mindful of where you're placing those pines and keeping track of whether or not you have enough branches to even place them down.
Yeah, definitely. I think in general, Axe Boy on smaller maps like Arms Factory, it's easier to manage where your pines are. It looks like Ling isn't even gonna go Axe Boy. We're seeing a Nyan pick come out.
This is going to be so awesome. I was definitely not anticipating any other any other character for Ling to play in the first round, but this is going to be great. I do think that Naiad is a really solid choice for Lakeside Village.
Yeah, Nyan has some really cool tricks she can do. She can water off like Olive Big Boat. She can water off Shack Small Boat, Logs. She can water off a lot actually. Naiad I think is generally pretty strong on Lakeside, which can be difficult. It's so easy to loop in areas like Shack and Big Boat. So a hunter that counters looping can be valuable.
Agreed. And we did get to know of their persona webs before Ling was able to lock in as Naiad, so I do think we are going to be having two of the characters bringing broken windows. Yep, we've got the psychologist and I believe it's supposed to be entomologist bringing broken windows. Yeah. And then we have antiquarian on flywheel with first officer, of course, with tie turner.
Yeah, I think usually you want to bring Flywheel against Naiad so that you can flywheel the water damage. That's really strong if you can get the timing right. Only Antiquarian has that. So Ling might want to avoid chasing the Antiquarian. She's already a difficult choice as well. If she flywheels a water hit, that could end up being a really long kite. On the other hand, maybe if he sets up some good puddles on a Psychologist, even with broken windows, he might be able to get her down quickly.
For sure. I definitely think that psychologist would be a good choice for first chase. Now we are going to be proceeding to the spawn pick selection. I guess they're not gonna go for the standard line across the middle. We've got Sapphire in Shack.
Yeah, it's usually either the straight line or putting someone in Shack. It looks like they're going to have Antiquarian in Shack. And Naiad is going to spawn right next to the Entomologist, which isn't a terrible chase either. So if Link can chase Ento quickly and maybe prevent her from rotating to a stronger area, then this could end up being a really quick down. We'll have to see.
For sure. All right, this is the first half of round one with Shitang Hunter versus Raven Survivors. Good luck to both teams.
We're loading in now. We see Naiad spawn in front of the exit gate. I believe we're going to see Naiad head straight towards David, it looks like.
I did pull out what Ling is carry on Naiad. It looks like we've got Blink, Insolence Blink.
Down left. I think I saw a Naiad and Koa playing down left. You usually see trump card, but Insolence can be strong if you want to get the full presence more quickly. Full presence on Naiad is really strong, so getting it early can make a big difference.
For sure.
We are going to see David transition away from Big Boat here.
I do think everyone is on the other side of the map, so David will get to safely kite around here without worrying about kiting into his teammates.
Yeah, I think getting away from Big Boat is pretty smart. David knows that Ling has probably watered the entire thing off. Unfortunately, he does end up having to kite to a suboptimal area, and he gives up a pretty quick free hit. But he is also a psychologist, so that doesn't mean he'll go down quickly.
For sure, and here come the entomologist bees. Nice support from Felchap over here.
Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't really push Ling away that far. And then there's a blink. That's a second hit pretty quickly. It's gonna have to... Right now, Ling is trying to set up a small area, but David's doing a really good job of just kiting around these pallets. He's drawing this out.
Alright, we do see David transitioning over to Sapphire over here. Now, Sapphire is playing Antiquarian, so we could be seeing... Yep, there we go. Sapphire is moving in.
Ling is trying to get this water hit, but he might not be able to get it. It's gonna be really close.
And that water's already going down. Oh, nice.
Antiquarian's gonna be able to harass.
But is going to get a hit on the Antiquarian right here.
David's probably gonna go down here. There's not much he can do from here.
For sure.
The water hit is gonna get him.
On the bright side, they do have 3 ciphers remaining. I think one was still in progress, though Sapphire did have to get off of that one. Pablo ZG is in the area on that old cipher, though. It looks to be almost primed, yeah. But
it's almost finished.
Ling is going to chair right in front of it.
Overall, that was a pretty strong kite. David did a really good job of transitioning out of areas that he could have been vulnerable in from the water. Now we're gonna see the rescue come in, and FO actually makes the rescue without taking any damage.
Yeah, that definitely works in their favor in terms of getting to rescue again. I think he can go in with another pocket watch if necessary, and they've got some decent cipher progress. Then he's gonna be able to pop it too. And David did die off in this corner.
Yeah, right now the both last ciphers are at 50. The only problem potentially is that since Antiquarian's been hit, if they need Antiquarian to come in and harass to buy some time for the ciphers to be finished, that won't be as effective because she's been injured, and unfortunately they can't use Psych to heal her because she's getting chased. So right now they do kind of need FO to body block for Psych to survive long enough for the ciphers to be finished.
Sure. And Ling gets the hit here, so I oh,
That was a
great
very good
pallet
pallet
stun.
stun.
Oh,
And
and
the
they are gonna
ciphers are
take
gonna
that
be popped.
pop.
Yeah, it looks like they're in a strong position to win now. David does have his trade back, but no trump card means that he can't teleport to the gate. He's gonna have to focus on just downing this psychologist.
Oh,
And there's
and
the
he is
blink.
going to use the blink to get psychologist. She's gonna get sent back to the manor now. So we do see them moving away from the gate. I see Felchap. Oh, Felchap actually went over to the gate. Pablo ZG over at Big Boat with Sapphire nearly finished the gate at Cornfield.
Yeah, unfortunately though, it seems like this gate hasn't actually been finished yet. And so now David or Ling actually has a chance to get a tie here. If Felchuk can't kite to dungeon, it's going to be a draw most likely. It's unfortunate that the gate wasn't actually open.
For sure. It does look like Pablo is moving over to the Cornfield gate. Felchap doesn't have any more bees. That's gonna be really unfortunate.
Yeah, he's doing his best to kite around this
Oh,
pallet, but unfortunately loses the mind game. And now it looks like it's suddenly a draw position. It's very unfortunate. It was looking so strong for them right before the ciphers popped. Unfortunately, they just couldn't get that front gate open in time. And now Ling is going to return back to the entomologist and share her, and that's going to be a draw in the first round.
for sure. Congrats to both teams.
That was a pretty interesting match. I personally was actually expecting a win from those kites. Psychologists did a really good job kiting, but unfortunately, Ravens played they played their end game a little suboptimally, and then they just couldn't get the gate open in time.
For sure. And honestly, with when it comes to hunters like Naiad, it's really easy for them to close in that distance on such a big map. It's way easier for the hunter to get to those two gates rather than the survivors. That was a really great kite on the psychologist side. So good on you, David, for the 114 seconds of containment and a pallet stun. Pablo ZG was next up with the 90 seconds of containment time. Antiquarian with the 26, and Entomologist with 25 seconds. Entomologist did do the majority of the decoding, same with Antiquarian, and First Officer got those two rescues in.
Yeah, I think we can tell from these stat lines, Psychologist definitely was doing most of the kiting that match. And yeah, I mean, David did a good job of kiting the Naiad. He knew he had to transition out of Big Boat. He had to give up some free hits, but he managed to kite well using pallets as well. Just raw kiting, basically, as Psychologist, and that does take a lot of skill against a Naiad.
For sure. I definitely would have liked to have seen David transition back over to the left shore area. I always love watching people fight for that dungeon, and I definitely feel as though it could have been an option, though definitely a harder one with Naiad, who can really utilize those puddles. And I think Ling was doing a really great job watering down most areas.
Yeah, Ling wasn't really giving the survivors many options. I do wonder if maybe RV could have just had Ento and FO rotate towards the back gate. It seems like they didn't start the front gate until it was too late, until Ento had already gone down basically. Unfortunately, they kind of committed themselves to the front gate when it wasn't going to be open. And so Entomologist did just go down, unfortunately. It really did seem like they were in a win position.
Yeah, good catch. I definitely remember seeing Entomologist on her bees. I assumed that she was moving away from the gate, but went on it as around the time Psychologist was being chaired. So that definitely could have gone a lot differently, most likely in their favor too.
Yeah, maybe if they had a better dungeon spawn too. Dungeon, I believe, was at shore, which is all the way on the other
Mhm.
side of the map. So maybe if dungeon was middle, entomologist could have had the opportunity to go for a dungeon kite. But regardless, getting a draw in the first round is very strong, especially against a good hunter like Ling. Right, I believe in the first round against Ling, there was a 4-man elimination, so that's a big improvement there.
Yeah, good on Ravens for that. And it was definitely awesome to see different hunter gameplay from Ling as well. So we are going to be moving on to the second half of round one. It's going to be the Shitang survivors up against the Raven Hunter. Um, and then we're going to be waiting on those bans.
Do we know who's hunting for Ravens? Is it KT? I'm not
I
sure.
believe I think they have a different hunters, so they are going to have Dweeb and Luo up in their roster for today,
Okay, so Dweeb is a well-known Dream Witch main.
for sure.
So if it's Dweeb, we're probably gonna see that round one Dream Witch, which isn't awful on Lakeside. That there's definitely opportunity for a win there. Luo, I believe, plays Sculptor. I think. I'm not sure. It
Mhm.
might be, but it'll depend. What we'll see will depend on which of those two plays for sure.
For sure. When I was looking up their accounts, I noticed that Luo is the first BQ, so I would be interested in Bloody Queen gameplay. I don't think this tourney is a stranger to having first round Bloody Queen, so I'm kind of manifesting it. As for Dweeb, I believe they play Wax Artist as well, so I would be interested in seeing some Wax Artist gameplay too.
Yeah, I would be surprised if Dweeb brought out his Wax over Dream Witch round one.
Mhm.
But
Oh,
I'm not even sure if Wax is very strong on Lakeside. Lakeside does have open areas in the middle, but in areas such as Small Boat and Big Boat, it is difficult to land that Wax. We are gonna see a Seer ban from RV's Hunter and then an Antiquarian and Mercenary lock-in. That's pretty interesting.
for sure. I think it's going to be Luo hunting first. We don't have Dweeb up first round, but another solid comp. I think getting the mercenary out before he can get banned is a really solid choice, especially on such a big map.
Yeah, Merc is very good on large maps like Lakeside. It looks like Shitang are really valuing their consistent rescues. We're also seeing that Antiquarian. Maybe if they're is anticipating a BQ, Antiquarian can definitely harass BQ to stall for time if Shitang want to push for a win. And Antiquarian in general is just a really strong kiter. We're seeing her played a lot. Unfortunately, didn't really do too much in the last round with Raven survivors. She didn't really get chased first. But if she ends up getting chased first, we could see some really strong Antiquarian kiting.
And we are going to be taking Priestess and Prospector off the table.
I'm not sure what Shitang are known for. If they do have a Prospector main, that definitely makes sense. Prospector lately has been really common. His harassing is very scary. And we are going to see a barmaid lock-in from Shitang.
I'm kind of anticipating maybe Disciple from Luo. I believe that in the Ravens info for the Koa qualifiers, Disciple was another one of Luo's choices, something like that. So I'm really looking forward to that. We are going to be seeing Patient taken off the table and Mech as the final pick. I'm really excited to see who will play Mechanic because Shitang has at least 3 people who are on the mech leaderboards right now. I think it's going to be really fun to see Mechanic up in the meta again, and I'm really interested in seeing how they utilize Mechanic, especially on such a big map.
Yeah, mechanic is interesting. Shitang might just be playing more for a tie, maybe, if they're
Mhm.
expecting BQ. They might be thinking, okay, it's probably going to be a pretty strong BQ. We might have to give up an early chase. Like, someone might go down quickly, so having a mechanic to decode quickly can really go far for securing a draw and then just making the first round a draw. They also do have Barmaid and Antiquarian though, so if Mechanic does get chased, they always have the option of supporting to potentially extend that chase, and help Mechanic kite for longer. Usually it's very difficult for Mechanic to kite without support, but with Barmaid and Antiquarian, it's possible for Mechanic to actually do a long kite.
Yeah, I 100% agree. All I'm hoping for is I hope I'm not jinxing it or anything, but I would like to see how they utilize that bot. I really don't want it to get taken off the table too early in the match. But even if Mechanic herself gets taken off and sent back to the manor, I do like that the rest of the team could potentially pick up that bot once their items have been depleted. So there's lots of possibilities so long as it doesn't die too early on.
Yeah, it's gonna be Mech's responsibility to keep her bot alive. Hopefully she can hide it effectively. If bot gets found early, it's so unfortunate. It's kind of like the entire point of bringing Mech is that she dies and keeps her bot alive so that bot decodes while she's shared. So hopefully she does keep her bot alive. If Luo finds her bot, if Luo has that 20/20 vision and sees the bot while it's hidden, then that'll be a big advantage for him.
For sure. Uh, we did get the persona webs in. We're getting them prior to Hunter selection, but it does look like Mechanic is going to go with the broken windows. Really solid choice, especially after her adjustment. Barmaid and Antiquarian are going to be bringing Flywheel, and of course, Mercenary will be bringing that Tide.
I think we're seeing a lot of single Tide comps nowadays. Just one Tide and then everyone else on Flywheel or Broken Windows seems really, really popular. Mechanic with the Broken Windows is going to be able to rotate away from her bot and make a lot of distance. And Barmaid and Antiquarian with Flywheel, of course, is going to enable some strong kites from them. If they end up kiting first, potentially, if Mechanic doesn't get found, or if they end up kiting second, they'll be able to kite long, hopefully.
Agreed. Now, I'm really interested in seeing... Oh, we are going to be seeing some Wax Artist gameplay.
Wax is really interesting. So I wasn't sure if Luo had a Wax, but yeah, Wax can be strong on Lakeside if he's able to get a chase around the middle area where there aren't that many walls to work with to dodge the Wax. And Wax in general is just such a strong hunter right now. It's definitely possible for him to push for a win. And Luo would like to get a win here to secure a win round one for his team.
Absolutely. I do think we're just waiting for everyone to load in, but I'm wondering if they're gonna go with the shack spawn first, or if they're just gonna go with the standard line. Both spawn points are pretty solid, but
It might just depend on personal preference for what Shitang likes doing on Lakeside. I mean, they're probably always going to have a mechanic in Big Boat, I think, so that they can just put bot in Big Boat and have bot decode there. Probably have Barmaid around middle so that she can support whoever gets chased first. We are going to see the custom get started. Hopefully the survivors can get in quickly.
I'm really curious to see which one of them will play mechanic. There's so many different things you can do with her that I really enjoy seeing mechanic gameplay. Maybe I'm just biased, but I mentioned earlier we have like for Shitang we have the first mechanic, the 51st. I think Fujiya also on their way to the A badge range as well.
Yeah, it seems they have plenty of players that are proficient with mechanic, so I'm sure they'll know what to do with her. I'm hoping we'll be able to see a strong kite for mechanic if she does get found first.
For sure.
Looking at this hunter's win rate too, a 94 win rate is very impressive. I'm sure they know exactly what they're doing with Wax. So whoever gets chased first could have some trouble with this Wax artist.
Alright, so right, okay, we're going with the double flywheel comp and the broken windows and then single tide. Like DTM said earlier, we do see a lot of single tide team compositions, but honestly, I think it's gonna go well.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, a lot of this, of course, hinges on the first chase. If Wax can get a quick down, that's just gonna be very difficult for them. However, with mechanic, you always have that insurance because you're always gonna have 4 survivors decoding whether or not someone goes down quickly. So if Luo is gonna be able to find the bot and down it, that's gonna be a huge advantage for him. However, if that doesn't happen, the survivors might be able to secure a draw even with a fast down. We are gonna see Luo spawn close to middle, outside front gate, or next to Shack.
Oh, I see. Luo was switching it up a little, but I think it's gonna be hard to get that mech first chase. I think we might be seeing that Barmaid or Antiquarian. I know you mentioned that we didn't get to see too much of Antiquarian last match, so maybe this will be the one. All right, this is the second half of round 1 with Raven Hunter versus Shitang Survivors. Good luck to both teams.
We are gonna see Luo spawning outside small boat. That's really interesting. It seems Luo has completely given up on going for mechanic. It seems he just knows he probably won't find the bot and is deciding instead to maybe spawn next to someone and down them quickly in a weak area. However, he was going towards Merc, but now it seems he's changed his mind, potentially going towards the Antiquarian.
Yep, and it looks like we are going to be seeing an Antiquarian first chase. Oh, but Mechanic has also moved into the left shore area where Chinwan is kiting right now. I think noticing that Chinwan has moved over to the shack area and the shack ruins outside.
Yeah, Antiquarian probably doesn't want to kite directly into Mechanic. That might not be the
Mhm.
best idea. Mechanic, of course, did leave her bot at Big Boat and left. However, we are going to see a stun, but this Wax is going to cover her. Luo might be able to get a hit here. She
Oh,
just barely dodges it.
yeah, I think she's doing a really great job of disarming this wax artist, but we are going to
Oh,
see them
flywheel to
both
dodge
back.
it. However, it seems Luo is going to get the hit here.
Great. I wasn't sure if that was a flywheel or not, so good catch. We are going to see the Antiquarian move away from left shore once again.
Yeah, that was a pretty...
Mechanic had a head start on the big boat cipher with her bot, so now that Cowardly is in effect, it doesn't make too much of a difference. Their decoding progress is still 4 ciphers, which is pretty good. Barmaid's almost finished.
Yeah, this decoding progress is very strong. Unfortunately, Luo kind of was inefficient with his route, so he wasn't able to find Antiquarian quickly. And he is going to get the down now. However, it looks like 2 ciphers are about to be popped, and then both Mechanic and her bot's ciphers are past half. So it seems they're almost down to 1 cipher left now. That was a really strong first kite.
Oh, but Mechanic is going to get forced off of this cipher. Luo's cheering right in front of it at left shore.
Yeah, that's pretty important actually. Luo cheering on that cipher means they're not going to be able to decode it, and Wax is very strong in blocking ciphers with his Wax and making them
Yeah,
difficult to decode. So they might actually have some trouble popping this shore cipher.
yeah, I think Luo made a pretty good recovery in terms of that cipher rush. And we are going to see Mercenary rescue the Antiquarian right here, though he did get hit in the process. And oh,
Yeah, we can see him waxing off the cipher, and now Antiquarian is doing a really good job of stunning Luo. He's not able to get this hit quite yet. However, without any pallets in the area, it is going to be difficult for her to avoid this hit.
for sure. And the Antiquarian is going to go down here, now on her second chair. Mercenary is nearby to trigger that tinnitus. I do believe Bot's out on the move after finishing Big Boat, but Luo's doing a good job of keeping watch of the rest of the ciphers.
Yeah, Barmaid's cipher is around 80, but she can't decode it here. Shack's still at around 70. However, Luo can't harass both ciphers at once, and the cipher rush is going to be pretty quick. Hits the chair, however. Now
Okay,
Merc
great
can
rescue
continue
here.
body blocking.
Mm-hmm.
Now, right now, they just want to keep Antiquarian alive as long as possible. These ciphers are almost finished. However, with Mechanic decoding, it's going to be another few seconds for it to be finished.
Oh, yeah.
However,
And
it seems
Mercenary
he's
is.
lost this Antiquarian.
Oh, the wax just fell short. It wasn't able to block off the cipher in time.
Yeah, and
Luo
Mechanic was
has.
able to finish it.
Yeah, they did take the pop right here, too.
Unfortunately, Mechanic goes down very quickly. However, because she's fresh on share, it's gonna take a while for her to die.
Yeah, and
Um,
she is nearby her bot.
mhm.
If the bot has enough batteries, she could even rescue herself, or just choose to open the gate, but rescuing herself. could
Bot
definitely
does
be the
have
better
around
option.
half charge left, so that's definitely possible. Of course, it looks like actually Mechanic is having her bot move in towards the chair, and that tinnitus
Mhm.
is going to force Luo to stay near the area, so it seems that Shitang are going to be able to get a win here.
Yeah, and there we go. There's the bot. Even if they don't get this mech off chair, they're really set up for a three-man escape right now.
Yeah, Luo just has to waste too much time with this bot. That's going to probably be enough time for Antiquarian to get to the gate.
Mm-hmm.
However, it could be close. She's still rather far out.
Yep, there's the teleport though, and Mercenary is not quite full health yet, but he is moving away. Now he's ready to body block, but they gotta be careful of that hot wax.
Yeah, unfortunately, Luo not paying attention to the antiquarian, so she was able to get to the gate. Now he has to get this he has to get the hot wax and the regular hit on Merc to down him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mercenary's all out of elbow pads though, so this is definitely going to be one big mind game. 30 seconds on detention left though.
It is potentially possible for them to push a rescue. However, it looks like Merc is going to be able to get pretty close to the chair,
Oh.
and Antiquarian is going to be able to harass in time.
Yeah, she used the last of her bamboo pole too, and they are going to get a three-man escape. Congratulations to Shitang for winning the first round.
Yeah, unfortunately, Luo just couldn't get the draw as wax, and Shitang are going to go up in the first round, winning 3 against 1 against Luo's Wax and taking the first round. That was a really exciting endgame.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we aren't able to pull up those match stats, but we can definitely safe to say that the Antiquarian did kite a really great amount, uh, really great usage of the bot on mechanics, and I was really happy to see some bot action, even though it couldn't get that rescue, as DTM said, really forcing Luo to stay on the chair for as long as possible. And also really great discipline on the mercenary. He got some pretty good rescues in and was able to divert Luo's attention away from the gate and get Antiquarian over. And really great support from the Antiquarian as well. I really think that those hits with the bamboo stick really allowed for a lot of disarming on Luo's end. There was a lot of times where he just couldn't get those hits, even though he'd freeze her with a wax or just be so close.
Yeah, I mean, Antiquarian was really kiting well. Like in the early game, there were several moments where Antiquarian just stunned him and he couldn't hit her. Even if he puts wax on her, right, he still can't swing. So Antiquarian hit a really strong first fight. And then right at the end as well, Antiquarian was able to push wax away to get just the right amount of distance for Merc to get out of the gate. It looked like it would almost certainly be a draw, but Antiquarian was able to stall enough distance there, and they were able to get the 3-man escape.
Yeah, and good on the barmaid for getting for giving that heal into mercenary. They definitely could have played that a lot of different ways. I was really anticipating like a mercenary body block, but I definitely think that that mind game, not only by the palette, but just by diverting Luo's attention away, really paid off.
Yeah, I mean, Merc was able to actually buy a lot of time just running around the palette. Like, as we could see, you know, sometimes Wax can struggle when you're getting tight-kited. It can be difficult to hit Wax in an area like that. And Merc was able to stall for time, and he didn't actually give up the hot Wax into the detention hit, which is pretty scary if you're Merc right there. So Merc did a really good job of avoiding that.
Yeah, really great stuff. I really wonder how that match would have gone differently had maybe Barmaid been first chase. I think Barmaid was actually the closest to Luo in the beginning of the game, but it was really unfortunate that he ended up chasing that mercenary first thing and having to switch targets.
It might have gone differently, yeah. Unfortunately, Luo is running teleport instead of blink, so downing a barmaid with flywheel can be difficult. But on the other hand, if you're able to use your wax, and if barmaid doesn't have the greatest area, it's definitely still possible. So it could have been a quicker down for Luo. However, barmaid probably would have had like Shack to work with, right?
For sure, and with Antiquarian close by, we could have seen some Antiquarian support. And of course, we got to see just how skilled Chinwan was with the Antiquarian support. Even just supporting their own self kiting, and I really liked the discipline of going back and forth. Of course, Lua was waxing off like some windows and whatnot, but not going to the left shore area where there's just like a bunch of pallets that you can utilize just because the mech was over there. I thought that was really good.
Yeah, Antiquarian knew that she kind of had to kite away from shore so that she wouldn't interrupt mech. So even with that constraining her route, she was still able to kite really well using what she had, which is only a few pallets in that crab shack area. She was able to put up a really good kite, however. I think that kite was a really big part in the win for Shitang.
Hmm. I think what I really liked about Luo's gameplay is that despite being dedicated to that antiquarian chase, I like that they were constantly blocking off ciphers as well. I really wish that they were able to block off that cipher, that the old cipher that Mech was on and left shore, because it fell short and she was able to pop it right in his face. But I really wonder um, if maybe Luo could have pressured them even further had it been closed off. But yeah.
Yeah, that was definitely a really big game changer. If he was able to block that cipher off and Mechanic couldn't pop it, then the ciphers might not have been finished in time. Maybe Luo was able to down Mechanic in time. I'm not sure where Basement was. If Basement was at Big Boat and Luo downed her close to it before they were able to finish shore, he might have been able to even use Basement there to secure a draw. So that wax definitely coming up short had a really big effect on the outcome of the match.
Hmm. So it does look like we are moving on to round two. The map picks. Ravens is going to be hunting first again with the Shitang survivors, and I believe we're going to be seeing them on Arms Factory. It was Red Church that was banned.
Yeah, we are gonna see the Arms Factory. I think Ling really likes Arms Factory. We always see him play Axeboy on Arms. And even if Ravens ban Axeboy and don't allow him to have that, I'm sure Ling has some other hunters prepared that are strong on Arms. So I'm not too surprised to see that get picked.
Yeah, for sure. I think we saw him play Bloody Queen. We could. I wonder if they're going to opt for banning Axeboy again, since they know how big of a threat his Axeboy is on Arms Factory. But okay, we are going to be having Ravens Hunter first, and they're gonna go with the two first bans. They're taking Antiquarian off the table alongside Seer. Honestly, really solid choice. We got to see just how skilled the Chinwen from Shitang was with that Antiquarian, so getting her off the table is really smart. But it does allow for some female dancer gameplay. She's really often banned as well, but female dancer and mercenary, we're gonna see them lock in.
Yeah, Dancer's really become a huge part of the current meta. We didn't really see her at all last match. Maybe she's not as strong on Lakeside. It's a very large map, so it can be difficult to transition to her boxes. But on a small map like Arms Factory, you can just set up boxes in middle, and anyone getting chased is going to be able to get to that. So it's always able to stall for time. Dancer, we've seen her just become like really popular in basically every region actually. She gets banned quite often. So this could actually end up being difficult for RV's Hunter.
Yeah, absolutely. Middle in Arms Factory is definitely female dancers' playground. Even if you take out that middle palette, there's still the outer palettes. There's just so much to work with, and I think on Arms Factory in general, there's just a lot of really great ruins to utilize those boxes. And yeah, even if they don't end up, oh, they are going to end up with a decoder. Mech is their third lock-in. They did ban Patient as well. But I was going to say that female dancer also makes for a pretty good pseudo decoder, I guess you could say, using those fast boxes to not just kite but decode as well. I definitely think this will help though, because you do have slow decoders like Mercenary, and of course when Mechanic has that cowardly debuff, you can use the fast boxes with them too.
Yeah, Dancer is able to decode quickly with those fast boxes. She's really versatile, which is part of her strength. She can decode by herself if she needs to, and she can also she can kite by herself and she can support. So she really does everything almost. We are gonna see RV ban Psych. And then we're waiting on this last pick. We might see like maybe another harasser. Or we might just see another strong support character. I'm not sure if Shitang have like maybe an entomologist who's strong on Arms Factory or something like that.
Mm, I'm not sure who they're going to be having in play, but I would like to see some perfumer gameplay maybe. I know they have 8 who is the second perfumer right now, so I'd be interested in seeing a little bit of that. Maybe some magician. I do believe they have Salted Fish who plays magician as well.
Yeah, those would be some interesting characters. I'm not sure if Perfumer or Magician get played very often. Perfumer see some use as an anti-BQ, but we are going to see a Doctor, which is really interesting. Doctor sees almost no competitive play, so maybe they're expecting a Dream Witch or something.
Yeah, for sure. Especially if Dweeb does end up playing. I'm not sure if we're gonna have round 1 Dweeb, or sorry, round 2 Dweeb either, but I would love to see some Dream Witch gameplay. Dweeb is really great with Dream Witch. Mm,
Yeah, Dancer, or not Dancer, Doctor is really strong against Dream Witch specifically. Doctor is almost unchaseable for Dream Witch, so I imagine that's the main reason they're playing her. Otherwise, Doctor can be exploitable. She has to stop and sit in place to heal herself, so she can't transition while healing, which is much weaker than, for instance, Barmaid, which was coincidentally banned. So maybe they're expecting a Dream Witch, or maybe they just have a Doctor Specialist. I'm not sure if Shitang have a Doctor player on the leaderboard, but that might also be the case.
mhm. So we are going to be getting those Persona web lock-ins through the survivors before we get to know what Raven's Hunter is going to be playing. And it does look like, again, the single Tide comp with the Myxieneo, of course, bringing Tide. Female Dancer is going to be bringing Flywheel Effect, and then Doctor and Mechanic are going to be opting for Broken Windows.
We are seeing a lot of broken windows. As usual, Shitang do like playing broken windows on Mechanic. And Doctor as well. If you combine broken windows with maybe a veteran speed boost, Doctor can make a ton of distance, so that can be strong. And we are going to see RV's Hunter pull out a BQ here. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I definitely look forward to it. I'm assuming this might be Luo again. Luo is the first Bloody Queen of NAEU, so I'm definitely excited to see how they utilize Bloody Queen, especially with this sort of team comp.
Mhm. Yeah, unfortunately, Dancer is pretty strong against BQ. If
Mhm.
Dancer can set up a fast box, she can outrun BQ's mirror even when BQ is outside of the box. So that can be strong. Dancer or Doctor might also be able to get some value if Doctor can maybe get some heals in between mirror hits, then that could turn into a 3 or even 4 hit chase, which would be really strong. I think that it's going to be pretty important to see who Luo chases first and whether or not he can down them quickly.
Yeah, for sure. Uh, I really do hope we get to see that female dancer chase, to be honest. I think utilizing the boxes, I think an underrated but really special thing about female dancer is the twirl that you can do when you're within the radius of your own box. Utilizing that against the Mary's mirror image, I think can make a really big difference. Especially depending on where that main body is. If she just so happens to be around an area with a lot of terrain, especially on Arms Factory, there's a lot of objects for anyone to run into. And I don't know, if you twirl into an area and the Bloody Queen can't catch up in time because of the.
Now, we're going to see a really interesting spawn pick here. They're actually putting Mechanic kind of in the middle of nowhere here. We'll probably be expecting Mechanic to be in Shack, so he might just spawn right above Shack there, which is what's going to happen. So now it might be difficult for Luo to find Mechanic.
Right. This is the the first half of round 2 with the Shitang survivors up against the Ravens Hunter. Good luck to both teams.
Yeah, and as the match starts, we do see BQ spawn above Shack here, and while BQ might be able to find Doctor, which isn't a terrible chase, it looks like BQ doesn't even want to. BQ's gonna be heading towards that Shack area to look for Mechanic.
And Mechanic does drop her bot over at Deep Sandbags. Oh, female dancer is going to be that first chase. Nice twirl over here.
Yeah, Dancer's barely going to be able to dodge that mirror hit. That was very well played. It could be difficult for Luo to get this hit. And swapping with the mirror there is not going to be able to
Oh.
get it. Dancer gets back into the slow box now.
Yeah, I think this female dancer is doing a really great job of transitioning back into this tri-palette area. The twirl went right back in, and I liked the sort of bait that she did over at the window, instead going back here as well. We are going to be seeing that mirror again. Oh, and unfortunately that first hit does cancel out the twirl. Good on Lua for that.
Yeah, Luo is going to be able to cancel the twirl hit. That does kind of make up for him wasting the first mirror. And now all he has
Mm-hmm.
to do is blink Dancer. Without any major support here, it could be difficult for Dancer to kite. We'll have to see. Maybe she can dodge this blink. Luo is threatening the blink there, and it hits.
Oh.
Really nice blink from Luo there.
Yeah, and one thing to note is that Dancer did transition over to the bot Cypher. The mechanic did a really great job of taking it out early and hiding it, but that does stunt their decoding a little bit.
Yeah, they've only popped one cipher now. Mechanic is just starting middle now. And bot isn't going to be able to decode freely, unfortunately. Yeah, bot is right there. That's actually a pretty big problem. Without bot decoding, mechanic is kind of slow now with that debuff, so this could actually end up slowing their decoding down a lot.
For sure, but we are going to be seeing that mercenary rescue just before half, and Lua does mirror right on the female dancer here.
Unfortunately, Dancer isn't gonna flywheel, she's just gonna accept the hit. Maybe she plans on saving flywheel for later. And the bot is gonna get found, so now mechanic doesn't have that bot now.
Yeah, it's got about maybe 40% on it left. She is going to have to be using it on that sandbag cipher. On the bright side, if Luo doesn't chair in that area, she can, or they can go back to the deep sandbag cipher, which I think they will.
Yeah, we might see Luo maybe mirror onto the middle cipher to get the bot down. That would be pretty cool. Luo is gonna break the slow box though. Of course, the slow box is really difficult to deal with. If he leaves it there, Dancer could use it to rebound. And we are gonna see Dancer or Doctor's cipher is almost finished, and Mechanic's cipher at No Man's is 60%. So their cipher rush isn't terrible, but Luo does have the opportunity to win here. We're gonna see a potential double rescue come in. They're really trying to body block for this Dancer, but it's not gonna happen. Dancer goes down.
Yep, and unfortunately, female dancer is going to be sent back to the manor right here.
Yeah, now their cipher rush is a little slow, so if Luo can get a really quick second down, he actually does have the opportunity to win. He is heading over towards Mechanic. This kite from Mechanic is going to be very important.
On the bright side, she is able to pop that cipher, but can't really pay attention to her bot. And great first hit on the mechanic here by Luo.
Yeah, the two last ciphers are both around 40%. And it looks like Luo is actually switching targets here. He wants to harass the ciphers and chase someone that's decoding instead of Mechanic. If he's able to down a Doctor quickly, for instance, then this is actually a much stronger position than he was in earlier. However, he might head towards Mercenary.
Yeah, and it does look like we are going to be seeing that mercenary chase. Luo mirrored on the mercenary, but is going to switch over here.
Mercenary still has two elbow pads, so this could end up being a long chase still. Yeah, Merc is a very difficult chase, and it seems that Luo doesn't really want to commit to it. He is gonna head back towards Doctor and Mechanic who are healing right now. They are gonna get that heal off, however, so now Luo's actually lost quite a lot of momentum. It might be difficult for him to get a win now.
Yeah, he's going to really have to pay attention to this cipher, but it does give quite the opportunity for them to start a new one, which I think they just have.
We do see that object getting in Luo's way, and so Luo not going to be able to get the mirror hit on Merc. That was a really good job from Merc dodging it. And now heading back to that Doctor.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate because Mechanic has no sort of debuff going on right now. Even if she was injured, she can still decode freely, and that regular decoding on Mechanic's part alongside accelerated just makes it really easy for her to prime a cipher.
Hmm. Yeah, we do see Doctor's Cipher is moving slowly but surely. Now it's around 70%. And Mechanic Cipher is also around 65, 70%. And BQ right now is going to get that mirror hit on Merc. Very well done. Now heading back towards Doctor once again.
Yeah, this is really tough. I feel like Mechanic can still get a decent amount of progress while that delayed damage on the Mercenary is still in effect. Here we are with the Doctor getting chased by Luo right now. Mercenary is currently opening a box.
Yeah, Mechanic Cipher is going to be finished. So now Doctor's cutting on the last Cipher basically. There is oh no, that is the last Cipher. The last Cipher's
Hmm.
primed. It is looking like a very strong tie position for Shitang now.
For sure. And if this Doctor ends up being last kite, who knows? Maybe we can get a little bit of a dungeon mind game. Again, I always love seeing people fight for the dungeon, but let's see. Luo's really holding on to that blink. But of course, it makes sense. The Cypher's primed.
Yeah, Lul probably understands that the Cypher's finished. You do really want to save your trait for endgame so that you can guarantee that you won't get kited to dungeon. They are going to have Doctor heal here. Not quite popping the Cypher yet. And Doctor is going to get the heal. They're using this opportunity to move Doctor closer to the dungeon,
Oh.
actually. This is very smart.
Oh, I'm surprised that we didn't see a pop right there after hitting the bot, but we are going to see Tinwen transition over to the sandbags area.
Yeah, now even with Blink, Doctor does have a half decent chance of kiting to the Cypher. She's a lot closer to it than she was when she was at Shack for sure. So now
Yeah.
with that pallet slam, she might be able to maybe go for a broken window speed boost potentially. We're still seeing Luo play around this pallet. Yeah, Shitang's survivors are playing this endgame really patiently. They want to give Doctor the best chance that she can get to kite to dungeon.
And we are going to see a terror shock right here, and there we go. We are going to be getting that pop.
Yeah, a bit of a late pop there, but it looks like Luo is going to immediately mirror here. And Doctor might not be able to dodge that. Yeah, no flywheel, unfortunately, so Doctor is going to go down here.
Yeah, that was a really, really great sandwich situation on Luo's part. That patience definitely paid off, but the gate is now open, so Mercenary and Mechanic are going to escape right here, despite Luo switching to teleport. Congratulations on the tie.
Yeah, that was a strong tie match from both sides. Usually BQ is playing for a tie, so it's not too surprising, especially with the mechanic on the team, who basically exists to make matches draws. But that was really well played by both sides. Lil had some strong chase in the early game on that dancer, and Shitang's Cypher Rush was good enough to make sure that they did not lose.
Yeah, really, really great discipline on both sides. I feel like that match was drawn out and not in a bad way. It was really interesting to see how both teams played. I think it was interesting to see who Duo was eventually going to go for, and I think having them have a lot of different cipher options. I noticed that the Doctor still was pushing that Shack cipher despite Mechanic priming another one. You never know.
Yeah, Shitang definitely played that really smart, both with them having multiple ciphers finished and then playing the pop really patiently, trying to give Doctor the best chance she could get to kite to dungeon. Unfortunately, against a BQ with a mirror and a blink, when you're playing Doctor with broken windows, it's almost impossible to kite to dungeon no matter how close it is. But it was still a valiant effort by Shitang, so that was really well played by them.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate because I think Doctor ended up in an area where there was more wall, and at that point, it's more in favor of a BQ who really, Luo did a really good job of sandwiching the Doctor in the end.
Yeah, I mean, Luo played that exactly how he knew he needed to, saving
Mhm.
his mirror and saving his blink. So, Luo definitely played that conservatively enough to push for a draw. And now it's up to Ravens Hunters, Ravens Survivors. Ravens Survivors have to secure a draw or a win here. Otherwise, Shitang will win. So, There's a lot of pressure on Shitang's Hunter now.
Yeah, and so we are going into the ban and pick phase. Shitang Hunter has decided to take an antiquarian and female dancer off the table.
Mm. Antiquarian and Dancer are pretty strong bans. We are gonna see that Dancer ban. Dancer is really strong on Arms Factory. It seems
Mm-hmm.
Shitang does not want to deal with the does not want to deal with those boxes. We saw even with Luo's strong chase, he was still having some trouble dealing with the slow boxes. So they really are annoying.
Yeah, 100%. We are going to be seeing Seer as their first pick. Seer and Enchantress. Interesting choice. They also opted to ban Axeboy. Great idea. We know just how big of a threat Link's Axeboy is on, especially on Arms Factory, and I think Ravens knows that the most. It
Yeah,
would
I
have
would
been
have
nice
been.
to see a literal rematch, but no worries. It just opens up more possibilities.
Yeah, I would have been extremely surprised if RV allowed Link to play that Arms exploit. That would be I don't think that would be a very good decision. However, they are gonna ban exploit, so we are gonna see maybe Link could play Naiad again. Naiad is pretty strong on Arms Factory. Or with that Enchantress pick, maybe Link has a Bonbon or a Sculptor that RV are preparing for.
Absolutely. Uh, we could even see some Bloody Queen. I was gonna make a joke about mirrors, but I feel like that's a little too much considering Bloody Queen's kit. But yeah, we did see Ravens go up against Link's Bloody Queen in Koa qualifiers, so that's another option. First Officer is going to be their third lock-in, with Mercenary and Patient also banned.
Yeah, with these locks, I really feel like RV are trying to make Ling not go Bonbon. Enchantress and FO
Mhm.
both counter Bonbon very well. FO is never getting stuffed by a Bonbon. He has Tide before he rescues, and then Enchantress can farm a lot of stacks. Even with her recent nerf, Bonbon or Enchantress can still be really threatening for a Bonbon. So maybe Ling has a Bonbon that RV are preparing for. Maybe they're trying to make him go BQ or something for a less risky draw. It'll be interesting to see what Ling plays here.
For sure. And that pressure is definitely on Ravens. As you mentioned, they really need to push for at least a tie or a win. I think that was Acrobat banned last, so I'm curious to see who they're gonna end up
Mhm.
having as their fourth and final pick for their Survivor lineup.
Yeah, a lot of the strong supports have been banned, like Antiquarian and Dancer, and strong hiders like Acro and Patient have also been banned. You might want to go for maybe a different support character like Entomologist, maybe an Embalmer, or Prisoner. We're gonna see a Prisoner
Myxieneo.
actually. This is unusual.
I'm definitely looking forward to it. I was about to manifest some Toy Merchant. I know they have Sapphire, who's really strong on Toy Merchant, but always nice to see some Prisoner gameplay as well. I think having a decoder will definitely help with their cipher management.
Yeah, Prisoner doesn't see much play anymore. Usually, survivors just want to go for more support-heavy comps, and Prisoner doesn't really support. But
Mhm.
RV, I imagine, have skilled prisoners on their team, so maybe they're confident in Prisoner's ability to kite. Maybe they'll be able to support him well, or hopefully he won't get kited at all, and he can just decode to speed up that Cypher Rush. We are going to see the Bonbon here. It seems RV were correct that Ling might play Bonbon.
Yeah, great anticipation on Ravens end. I definitely think that they're doing their research and that I'm really excited to see how they play. Best case scenario, like you mentioned, Prisoner won't get chased at all, but we'll just have to see.
Mhm.
I definitely think that it's pretty good to have Prisoner on this map. I think because it's such a smaller map, if he does get to connect and boost that cipher progress for the other teammates, there's a lot less transmission loss with all the ciphers, but it does give room for the Bonbon to really really harass those ciphers as well. So I definitely think it's going to be interesting, even whether or not Prisoner is going to get chased.
Yeah, Prisoner is a really risky pick here. There's the high reward of having the ciphers close together. If he doesn't get found, he decodes very quickly. But the risk is against a Bonbon, you want to ensure a long kite to push for a win. and Prisoner just probably really can't kite a Bonbon. He only has that stun to work with. And the support here, they have an Enchantress to support, but Enchantress's support early game isn't really that strong. And they have a Seer, but Bonbon can also counter Seer if he just bombs away the Owl. So unless RV get the Owl just right, it might not be as effective as it is against other hunters. So this could end up being risky. We'll have to see how this goes with Prisoner.
For sure. So we are going to be seeing the Prisoner and Enchantress both bring broken windows. First Officer is going to go for Tide, and Seer is the one going to be bringing Flywheel.
Yeah, I think Flywheel on Seer makes sense. You want Seer to kite using Flywheel so that he can maybe farm a second Owl if he gets chased first. Bonbon wouldn't mind chasing Seer at all because he can just bomb away the Owl, so Seer wouldn't be a bad chase for Bonbon at all. Having Flywheel to maybe dodge bombs or dodge hits would be really strong. And of course, having broken windows on Enchantress and Prisoner allows them to transition very effectively.
Yeah, really great to see. We are going to be moving into the area selection. I just want to say I really love how Ravens is really versatile. I noticed that a lot of the characters that they play overlap. I wasn't expecting Felchop to play First Officer. I was kind of anticipating maybe Sapphire or Pablo to be playing First Officer instead. We've seen them both play First Officer in the past, but I'm excited to see more of Felchop.
This is a really interesting spawn select from the
Mm-hmm.
Bonbon. I was almost certain that he would spawn outside of Shack, but now or outside of Factory, but he spawns outside of Shack instead, and he might be forced to chase Enchantress, who's not an ideal chase. Unfortunately, Ling might have some trouble finding the prisoner.
Sure, and it does look like Ling is going to be focusing on that Enchantress at the moment, but we'll see. It does look like Prisoner was moving over to that area too, so Sapphire needs to be careful to where she transitions.
Yeah, Prisoner is transitioning towards that locker area. Oh, right in the middle. However, Enchantress gives up a really quick early hit. It's very strong for Bonbon getting a hit that quickly.
Mm-hmm. She is going to get to utilize this factory area, however, and lucky enough basement isn't here, so we won't have to worry about an early basement.
Really nice chips from Ling. And here there's a risk of her getting chipped. She does, however, manage to dodge that, and she's going to be able to kite a little longer with this 3-stack.
Yeah, she is going to have to watch out for that blink, however, because it just came online.
It can be risky to blink an Enchantress. If you blink towards her and she 3-stacks you, you just end up wasting your blink, which would be very bad. And there is going to be the 3-stack. Enchantress is going to be able to rotate back towards Factory to continue looping. Fortunately, Ling having some trouble landing these bombs. If he can down her here with this bomb, there it is. Very nice bomb from Ling. And now Enchantress is going to go down.
Yeah, we are at 4 ciphers remaining, however, and let's see where Sapphire does get chaired. Oh, I do think we are going to be seeing her chaired right here by David. So, oh, right in between both the prisoner and first officer.
Yeah, this is extremely strong for Ling. Usually
Oh,
if Bonbon could chair on one cipher, that would be good, but chairing on two at the same time is pretty huge. This could end up
yeah.
really slowing their progress.
Yeah, and unfortunately, David over there, when he was getting chased a little bit, wasn't able to land that 1 second stun with the prisoner.
Yeah, unfortunately, Prisoner couldn't quite get it. Now we'll have to see if he lands that blink, and there it is. Very nice blink from Ling, and now Enchantress is gonna be falling down.
We are going to see the trump card getting utilized now that blink has been used, and great pressure on Link's end, putting those bombs over at the gate cipher.
Yeah, Ling is doing a good job of trying to slow down the decoding as much as possible. Bonbon usually doesn't really have a great way to pressure ciphers, but Ling is doing the best that he can to slow down this decoding. And now FO still isn't able to finish that cipher, actually.
But he is able to get a clean rescue over here while Ling is taking off that connection on that cipher. I think he's going to be able to pop it right now, so they're pretty good on cipher progress. But uh, Ling's back on Sapphire.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ling wasn't able to farm Enchantress off chair, and now we can see the last cipher is actually around 60%. Especially
Hmm.
with an owl, there might be an opportunity for Sapphire to kite until the cipher's finished. This is going to be really important, especially with the 3-stack.
Oh,
Yeah, there's the 3-stack, and right now the cipher is actually primed. They're going to be able to just pop it, so now RV are actually in a winning position.
yeah, really great on RV's end. And there we go. Guard 26 was able to get that final presence just now. Um,
Yeah, unfortunately, Ling having trouble hitting these bombs. We can see Enchantress still has 2 stacks. Enchantress is able to just farm a lot of stacks off Bonbon's bonds. There's a 3-stack right there, and she still has one left over. This is why Enchantress is so strong against Bonbon. It seems the Enchantress
yeah.
paid off.
Yeah, and she is moving towards that gate that Sierra is at, and it is open now, but great timer bomb on Ling's end is able to get Enchantress down, and she will be getting sent back to the manor right here, but she did an amazing job securing the 3-man escape for the rest of the Raven survivors. Congratulations.
Yeah, that was a really great game from Raven Survivors, and now it is looking like it's going to be a win for Ravens in the second round. So now the rounds are tied up. This round 3 is going to be very exciting.
Yeah, the pressure is on for both teams now.
That was a really interesting game. I have to say, I'm still kind of surprised that Ling spawned outside Shack instead of Factory. If Ling had chased Prisoner first, the Cypher Rush would have been much slower.
For sure. I mean, he did do a pretty good job of keeping watch of those ciphers, but of course, not enough to really hinder that cipher progress as much as it would have been nice to. Um, Although we can't pull up the deduction for that match, it's really safe to say that Sapphire on Enchantress really kited out Link's Bonbon in that match. That was really great. I definitely think that those redemption kites, especially with the 3 stacks, really made up for the early kite. Though the early kite was also quite good too. TTMU mentioned these spawns, and I think it was really in Raven's favor for Sapphire to not only be the one to be first chase as Enchantress, but get to transition over to an area like the factory to utilize as a kiting area rather than that check area.
Yeah, definitely. Enchantress is actually one of the worst chases for Bonbon there. You'd much
Mhm.
rather chase Seer or Prisoner, so being able to take the first chase there was very fortunate for RV. Enchantress is able to just farm so many 3-stacks as we saw. Really strong kite in the early game, and then that rebound after the second share is what allowed RV to secure the win. So Enchantress really pulled her weight there. Enchantress did a great job kiting that match.
Yeah, agreed. Um,
No, I think it's exactly tied up, isn't it?
yeah, exactly. The round 1 and round 2 kind of mirrored each other in terms of points. I'm really curious to see which map we're going to be playing on. We have Arms Factory, of course, and Lakeside off the table since they were played in previous rounds, but who knows? Maybe we could even see some of those banned maps from earlier.
Yeah, if Luo is playing again, I'm not sure Wax and BQ will likely be banned. So I'm not sure what else Luo has. If he maybe has a Chip Hunter or something, maybe like Ever Sleeping or Chinatown would be strong. Those maps are good for Chip Hunters. We could maybe see one of those maps.
For sure. If we see Luo in play again, I'm gonna manifest the disciple, honestly. I think I mentioned it earlier, but it was one of the preferred characters that they mentioned, I think, in their co-qualifiers graphic. So I would like to see some disciple gameplay. I don't.
And would be really interesting. And is mostly a draw hunter. However, if Luo only ends up needing a draw, if RV survivors can secure a win again, and Luo plays second, then Anne could definitely be strong. She's very good with the meta right now. She counters Flywheel well, so Anne wouldn't be a terrible choice.
Yeah, really great point. We are just notified that the Shitang hunters are going to be switching out. Uh, Ling has been switched out for Cho, and I think it's worth noting that Cho plays Guard 26 as well, but they also play Geisha, so I would also love to see some Geisha gameplay.
We are gonna see Ravens pick Church here. So that's a really interesting map pick. Church, we do see Church played a lot. It's strong for survivors with the amount of pallets and windows, but hunters can also definitely succeed on Church. Both Geisha and Bonbon should be pretty strong picks for this map. It's pretty small, so Bonbon can harass ciphers, and Geisha can dash over a lot of the pallets as well. So this could be interesting to see how Shitang's Hunter does on Red Church.
Now then, we are going to be moving on to the ban and pick selection. Since we're in the third round, we're going to see a lot of survivors taken off the table first thing. Priestess is going to be banned first, followed by Antiquarian, of course, and Seer as the third and final ban from that first phase of banning. I wonder who Ravens is going to get to choose. It does give way for some good rescuer options. There's still quite a number of harasser characters they can play. I think that it's safe to say we have quite a number of harassers that Ravens can still play. I'd personally love to see David play Prospector. I know he's quite skilled with Prospector. And Ravens is going to opt for the Bloody Queen and Clerk ban.
Yeah, now we are gonna see a Dancer lock in. I was really expecting to see Dancer locked. Church is a pretty small map, so Dancer is good. And then we're also gonna see an Entomologist. Entomologist support on Red Church is very strong. There are a ton of like really narrow walls and stuff that you have to pass through as a hunter, and the Vs can make it just impossible to walk through that. So we do see RV are really locking in their strong support survivors here. Both Dancer and Ento can support really effectively.
For sure, it's going to be great to see both of their supports, unless they end up kiting. I definitely love to see them kite as well, but with their kits, they can definitely stand pretty strong on their own, especially if they set up appropriately. I think there's so many areas on Red Church for female dancer to really utilize those boxes. There's lots of great pallets and pallets by windows.
Yeah, for sure. We're also gonna see Barmaid and Psych banned from Shitang's Hunter. That's like the classic Dreamwitch bans. Just getting rid of the 3-hit survivors and Barmaid who can heal anyone. And then we are gonna see the Merclock from RV. They're securing their consistent rescue now. So now they've got 2 strong supports and a Merc. So really not too many weak links on this team comp. These are all pretty competent fighters here.
And Shitang is going to take off Mech as their final ban. Another solid choice, but who knows? Maybe we'll see some prisoner gameplay once again. I'm not banking on it, but it would be interesting to have a decoder as the final pick. But no, we are gonna get that Prospector. I'm so happy. I mentioned wanting to see that, especially from David. So I think this is gonna be great.
It seemed like you called that one. We are going to see Prospector. And this is a really strong support heavy comp. Now, like, anyone who gets chased basically is going to be able to have potentially 2 survivors supporting them. This can be a really difficult comp to get an early down on. If Shitang's Hunter does go Bonbon, for instance, Ento is a slightly weaker character against Bonbon, but you still have to deal with Dancer boxes and Prospector support. And Geisha, on the other hand, is probably going to struggle chasing all 3 of these. So this could be difficult for Shitang's Hunter to get a quick down.
Absolutely. Though, who knows? Maybe we'll see Joe whip out a completely different hunter. It would be really fun to see someone we haven't seen being played yet. I think we did just get the persona webs that they're going to be bringing. Of course, we are going to be seeing that single tide, but everyone else is going to be opting for flywheel.
Yeah, the triple flywheel is bold, and we are gonna see a Percy. That's really interesting. You don't see Percy a lot in tournaments. I'm actually really looking forward to this.
Same here. Um, I definitely remember there was a Percy match in the previous Checkmate tourney. Coincidentally, it was also on Red Church, and that one was really fun to watch. So I definitely think that this one will be fun as well.
Yeah, definitely. Percy does have his weaknesses. He can get if he has four survivors up at endgame, he can't share. So survivors can crawl to the dungeon and the gate. But if Percy's able to get like fast downs in the early game, if he's able to get like a few really fast kills, then I mean he's got like a ton of momentum. And also Merc is very weak against Percy. He's not strong kiting because he only transitions and Percy can make up the distance. And you really don't need strong rescues against Percy. You'd rather just have fast decoders. So maybe Shitang is playing this Percy in response to this team comp.
Yeah, that's really awesome. I definitely think that another thing they'll have to be careful of is just how early they end up utilizing both their kits as well as the map. I think late game Percy, if all of those pallets are gone, there's a lot less for you to work with. And if your bees, your boxes are all out, that's also going to be more of a struggle.
Yeah, definitely. As the match goes on and the survivors' resources dwindle, Percy does get stronger, especially once he gets that presence and he can activate his rage mode, or I don't know what it's called actually. You know, the mode where he glows and stuff and breaks pallets with his. Like once he gets that, he can be much more difficult to kite. You kind of like can't really go for pallet stuns really. So that could be really interesting.
For sure. So we are gonna get into the match shortly. I wonder what Joel is gonna be bringing for their Percy.
I'm not entirely sure what the best Percy builds are. I think it's usually something like down right and then like teleporter peepers. You do also sometimes see blink Percy. It's probably just up to preference. It's probably going to be like detention and then either trump card or maybe confined space. I'm not really sure. I'm not sure what Shitang's Percy's Hunter's playstyle looks like, so we'll have to find out.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to it. We are locking in here. I'm hoping for the teleport. I always hate undead teleports. They always seem to be the biggest pressurers. So I definitely love to see some intensity on that. We are going to the area selection.
This is pretty interesting. We are going to have Prospector in middle and then Dancer and Graveyard here. I do sometimes expect to see Dancer more towards the middle, so it's easier to kite to her boxes. But then again, against a Percy, you know, once he breaks those boxes, like, it doesn't really matter as much. So maybe they're just hoping for Dancer to spend her time decoding quickly so they can Cypher Rush.
For sure, and Graveyard is another really great area for Dancer to set up some boxes, even to transition to the surrounding areas. Alright, this is the first half of round 3, with the Raven Survivors versus the Shitang Hunter. Good luck to both teams.
We are going to see Percy spawning in at bottom broken, and he might end up chasing Merc first here. Merc isn't actually unchaseable for Percy at all. Percy can really make that distance back, and he's going to find Pablo almost immediately. This actually could end up being a really quick hit there. Really well played by this Percy. It was very fast.
Yeah, there we go. And Mercenary did utilize one of those elbow pads already.
Yeah, Percy is kind of cutting off his route here, and is almost at, yeah, now has that energy now. So is going to be able to be breaking those pallets here without actually going through the animation, just breaking them with his swing. We're going to have to see if Pablo can avoid a hit here.
Pablo only has one oh, we are going to be seeing that one elbow pad used, so Mercenary is out of items right here.
And this is most likely going to end up being a hit. Yeah, right there. And also, really interesting, this is an abnormal Percy, actually.
Oh, wow.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. That can't be common. This is going to be really interesting to see that abnormal in action. Percy, I guess, wants to really interrupt those ciphers and stop them from cipher rushing.
For sure. Oh, we are going to be seeing Percy break these two boxes over at Wedding, but Sapphire, the female dancer, is long gone from that area.
Yeah, unfortunately, they are just gonna immediately lose those boxes, so that does kind of hurt Dancer. And the third box as well is gonna be broken here. So actually, Dancer has now completely lost her abilities here. That's really well done by Percy, getting rid of those boxes so early on.
Now Mercenary has picked himself up, so it does look like Percy is going to be going back towards them.
However, Mercenary kind of rotating towards mid-broken, which is exactly where Percy is going. Merc might end up getting found really quickly here.
On the bright side, Pablo didn't utilize the pallets as much, so there's still a lot for him to work with over here.
Yeah, Percy not able to turn around there, but Pablo might not be able to get to a pallet here. This is most likely going to be another hit here without any abilities to kite. However, RV have popped 2 ciphers now, and they have a third cipher at 50, so their cipher rush isn't that slow.
For sure, and it does look like the Percy is going over to Shack where the female dancer is. Unfortunately, she doesn't have any boxes to work with over here.
Yeah, Dancer is basically a lucky guy, and she's also gonna flywheel there. I'm not sure if she expected Percy to use a stun there, but now she has basically nothing to work with.
Yeah, that was really great patience though, not taking the vault. Oh,
Very good dash by Percy there, accurate jump.
yeah.
Now Percy might not continue chasing Dancer, heading towards middle where Ento is decoding. Percy might want to interrupt Ento's decoding here.
Yeah, it does look like the entomologist was utilizing her bees as well. I'm not sure where they might be right now, but she is going to get hit over here. And
Oh, it is important to note that Percy hasn't actually used Abnormal yet, so their Cypher Rush still is pretty fast. However, really great charge attack there, baiting out the flywheel, and Ento goes down pretty quickly.
I did like the usage of the bees over at the window here. The Percy did end up dashing into them, kind of anticipating for that. Oh, and we are going to be seeing that abnormal.
Yeah, you want Abnormal at some point, and Abnormaling the middle cipher is strong. If the survivors can't finish that middle cipher in time, it's really easy to pressure it. So this could actually put the survivors in a tough position now. Percy is likely going to be able to down Dancer here. Yeah, Sapphire is doing everything she can, however, vaults into Percy, and there's a down. Merc is getting healed though, so Merc might not go down quickly once he gets found.
Yeah, I think that's really good on Raven's end. Mercenary is going to be downed. If he's downed one more time, he will get sent back to the manor. And I do think they might have to opt for a different cipher, especially after the middle cipher has been abnormaled.
Merc is rotating into reception, but I don't think Percy saw him, which is unfortunate. If Percy saw Merc there, that would have been really advantageous. However, heading towards, it looks like bottom broken maybe, might end up chasing the entomologist, or heading back towards church.
All right, we are going to be seeing Prospector Kite in church right here. He does have 2 magnets utilized, and there's the flywheel. Nice stun right into the pews.
That was
It
a
did buy him
really
a
good
lot of
fight, yeah.
time to transition out of church, but he is gonna get hit right here.
Yeah, Percy has so many injuries. However, we are seeing them at 1 cipher left. Right now, Percy has been kind of switching targets around a lot. He might want to head towards over to the Merc who's decoding the cipher and down Merc. We're gonna have to see how long Merc can kite here, and if they're able to finish this cipher, they're double decoding mid-broken actually.
Yeah, great hit on the mercenary right here. We do see the prospector and entomologist pushing that cipher in between, but oh,
Well, End of Perfume there is very strong. However, it looks like Merc is going to get downed here.
oh, that's so unfortunate. If only he was able to perfume back or something, but
And Percy is actually going to be able to get to that mid-broken cipher before it's finished, it looks like.
yeah,
So now
he's
this is
wasting
looking
no
like
time.
this should be a pretty strong draw position for Percy now. Ento actually gets terror shocked on the cipher.
That was a really excellent long stun, but we are going to be seeing that abnormal right there.
Yeah.
It's still well above half, but of course, that definitely hinders their progress significantly. Sapphire did utilize a perfume that she found in a box, but didn't perfume back, of course. We are going to see Percy move back to the previous cipher that Entomologist is downed by.
Yeah, and right now we're really seeing a problem here with the survivors, which is that they're pretty cipher locked. Their last ciphers are mid broken, church, and top broken, which can be difficult since the ciphers are so close together it's easy to harass. Right now, Percy is about to down Prospector, and mid
Mhm.
or church is only around 70%, so they might not be able to finish it in time. And Ento doesn't have self heal either.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Though it is the first down on the prospectors, so he'll be able to hopefully pick up the entomologist and maybe they can push for that abnormal cipher while Sapphire kites.
It's gonna be really close. If Entomologist can get picked up before she goes down, yeah, that's gonna
Mhm.
be really important here. And
Oh,
Dancer
great
also being able
flywheel.
to flywheel, she's able to buy a lot of time here.
Percy is gonna go back to that old cipher though, but entomologist is long gone. Great idea.
Yeah, and right now these ciphers are all getting pretty close to finished right now. Percy is gonna be able to down Dancer though. If he can get back to David before the cipher is finished, Percy can still be in a very strong position.
Yeah, absolutely. But David has moved away from that cipher. And oh, it is going to get abnormal one more time, but Felchap is on the middle cipher, which has the most progress.
However, it's not quite finished yet, and if Dancer or if Entomologist goes down here, she is going to die instantly. However, she was able to dodge that, it seems, and Percy is going to be forced to go back towards Prospector.
hmm Now, entomologist is going to be able to pick up female dancer right here. She ended up crawling over.
Yeah, Percy just really can't decide what he wants to do here. He knows both ciphers are almost finished, so he's having a lot of trouble figuring out who to commit to here. Unfortunately, it looks like Prospector is going to be able to finish this cipher, potentially before Sapphire gets hit.
Yeah, and he's really gonna want to pop that as soon as possible because both female dancer and entomologist are going to be eliminated once they get hit. Well,
Yeah,
we are
there
gonna
is
go
the
for that
pop.
pop.
And with that borrowed time speed boost, Dancer isn't going to be able to go down. I'm
Mhm.
not sure if Percy has Trump card. If he has Trump card, he can maybe down Dancer and then teleport over to the other gate and maybe
Mhm.
still push a win, but that might end up being difficult.
Yeah, and female dancer is gonna go down here. Uh,
It looks like
we
the
are
gate
gonna
is going to be
see.
open, so this is looking like a draw.
Mhm. Yeah, really great stuff. I'm glad that they were able to really be diligent because things were kind of looking grim during some points, but Ravens really held out and it was worth it. Congratulations on the tie.
Yeah, that was a really close match. Unfortunately, yeah, Percy really just couldn't decide what he wanted to do in the end game. He had to pick between two ciphers that are almost finished. And of course, you can only pressure one at the same time. And by
Mhm.
abusing that, the survivors were able to buy enough time for the cipher to be finished, and they were able to get a draw out of that when it really looked like a strong win position for Percy. So that was
For
very well
sure.
played by Raven survivors.
Yeah, and honestly though, good on Joe for really choosing a hunter that really stood out, especially after just getting switched in to play for Shitang. I was really taken aback by that. I think we were definitely anticipating other picks. I think we talked about Geisha, Guard 26. But yeah, it was really fantastic to see that Percy. And I think we didn't anticipate that abnormal as well. So getting to see it utilized multiple times was really interesting as well.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I'm not sure how much he did benefit from Abnormal. He was able to stall out that middle cipher. He maybe would have been able to do it without it, but yeah,
Mhm.
I guess that Percy's just a big fan of Abnormal. He was able to slow down the cipher rush a little bit, enough to at least secure the draw. So it was still really well played by Percy. Unfortunately, yeah, it was just really so close for Percy. If Ento didn't get picked up before she went down, and she was so close to dying before Prospector healed her, it might have been a three-man. It was a really close match, went down to the wire.
For sure. Really, really great to see them push for that. I was honestly so scared for the entomologist and female dancer, but I'm glad that they really played risky towards the end game, even though that they were both going to get eliminated with just one hit. Uh, I think I did kind of mention earlier that when you have less to work with, it's going to be a lot difficult. And female dancer did get those boxes taken out of commission pretty early, but good on her for holding up despite not having those boxes.
Yeah, even without the boxes, Dancer was able to kite for a really long time.
Hmm.
So that was well played. I was actually surprised the boxes went down so quickly, but Dancer still was able to pull her weight. So that was really well. That was well done by her.
Yeah, it's definitely the risk of setting up areas early with Dancer, but you know, as long as you can prove that you can hold up on your own like Sapphire did, then that's definitely okay. So we are going to be seeing the Shitang survivors up against the Raven Hunter this round. I'm not sure if we're getting anyone subbed out or anything, but let's look forward to this match. It's really anyone's game.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much pressure on the Hunter right now. It's just such a simple situation. If you win, your team wins. If you lose, your team loses. So it's a lot of pressure on the Hunter. Really, everything falls down onto Luo if Luo's playing, or maybe we'll see Dweeb. I'm not sure. It might just be Luo though. So, ton of pressure on RB.
For sure. I definitely love to see some gameplay from Dweeb as well. But we'll just have to see because Lua's been doing pretty well as well. I'm still manifesting that disciple. I think we talked about it earlier, but who knows? Maybe we'll see a completely different character that we don't anticipate at all, which has been happening as well. Either way, I'm really happy with all the characters that both teams have been picking out. If you weren't able to catch it earlier, I definitely remember the doctor pick that Shitang went with earlier. So I wonder if they're gonna go with another really bold and unexpected pick.
Yeah, the doctor was really so unexpected. It seems Shitang aren't scared at all of playing off meta. Their hunter plays Percy, they've got a doctor, right? Who knows what we'll see? Maybe we'll see a lawyer. The possibilities are endless for sure. We are gonna see the first two bands come in, the first three bands, sorry, and we're gonna see Seer, Antiquarian, Mercenary band, which is really interesting.
Yeah, I agree. And honestly, as much as I enjoyed seeing the Antiquarian gameplay in the earlier rounds, both teams have really posed a good threat against each other in terms of their Antiquarian players. So I'm interested in seeing if maybe Shitang will opt for different sort of harassers or if they'll go, um, if they'll still stick with decoders. They've got quite a number of decoder players on their team.
It looks like, by the way, we're just getting this. It looks like Ling is subbing in as a serve now. So Ling is actually
Ooh,
going to be playing Survivor here. That's really interesting.
yeah, I can't wait.
I didn't,
And
I didn't know that he played Survivor actually.
yeah, it's always so fun to hear about um, dual faction players. I remember when I was doing my doing my research. I definitely wasn't stalking everyone's accounts, but yeah, when I was looking at everyone's accounts, I was so intrigued to see who everyone played from every faction. Of course, if their records were open, but yeah, I wasn't able to see who Ling plays for survivors, but we'll just have to see.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure either. I really, you don't see much dual faction a lot. It's so
Hmm.
difficult to get good enough at one faction. Getting good at both of them just takes so much commitment. But it's gonna be really interesting to see how well Ling does. We are gonna see Clerk and BQ bans from Shitang. It looks like they don't want to give Luo his Clerk or his BQ, which is fair. And then we're gonna see a Prospector and a Gravekeeper lock.
Ooh, nice. I guess they're I definitely recall these two characters being quite a threat up against Disciple, so maybe they are anticipating that or just kind of pressuring Luo to not pick Disciple due to the the way that Gravekeeper and Prospector both put up with countering her.
Yeah, if Lua was thinking about playing Anne earlier, I highly doubt he's still thinking about it. Prospector and Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper's very difficult to chase, and then Prospector can just cancel her dashes as well, or her stuns with the magnets. And we are gonna
Mhm.
see the Dancer come in. Chitang are actually getting that Dancer. Dancer's so strong as we've seen, so this is looking like a pretty strong comp for Chitang.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe we're going to see some more utilization of those boxes. That would be fun. They did. get Mechanic and Priestess banned, however, so we aren't going to be seeing Mechanic anymore. I wonder if they'll still opt for Decoder though, because once again, they do have some pretty strong Decoder players. There's still lots of Decoders on the table. maybe DTM manifest. Maybe there's gonna be that lawyer. You never know with Shitang. So
Yeah, lawyer. Yeah, lawyer would be really. Maybe they want to play lawyer so that he can rescue against a bonbon. He can't get Terror Shocked. I don't know, but I'm not sure that'll actually happen. Of course.
yeah, for sure. We can't bank on it. It is again really intense. The stakes are high, and this is, I think, it's the deciding match, and both teams are very neck and neck. So they're gonna have to put their all into this match.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of pressure on Shitang too. If they can win this match, they'll win on the spot. Of course, if they draw, then it will end up going to overtime, I believe. And now we are gonna see a Psychologist as the last pick. Psychologist is very strong with her long-range heals. And just being a 3-hit survivor makes her a strong kiter in general. So, good luck by Shitang. This is a pretty strong comp.
Agreed. Oh, they did take Acrobat off the table as the final ban too. Honestly, pretty good decision. Acrobat's really like versatile with those bombs, not just for support, but even with his own kites and gaining a lot of distance on the hunter with that role.
Yeah, definitely. Now it's up to Luo to decide his hunter. I'm not sure what he has here. Anne isn't really very strong. Maybe he could play. I'm honestly not sure what he actually has besides BQ and Clerk. So this is gonna be really interesting to see. He could go Wax. Wax is playable on Church.
For sure. I think we did see some Wax earlier as well. Who knows? Maybe we'll see someone really off meta. We are gonna be getting those Persona Web before we get the Hunter though, and it does look like we're gonna go with the standard 1 Tide, 2 Broken Windows, and then 1 Flywheel. The Prospector will be bringing that Flywheel.
Yeah, Prospector with Flywheel is going to be very difficult to chase. And then Dancer and Psychologist will be able to rotate using their Broken Windows. Really not any super weak characters here. And we are going to see RV's Hunter pull out a Bonbon here. So this should be interesting. Bonbon not super great against any of these survivors. Psychologist takes 3 hits. Dancer can really slow down Bonbon with those slow boxes and then transition. And Prospector can also transition using his magnets. So it's gonna be really it's Bonbon has to hit a lot of bombs really quickly to get a fast down on this comp.
All right. We are going to be setting up that match soon, and I agree. This team comp, this Survivor team comp, is definitely going to be a threat to Bonbon and his kit, but it's going to be really interesting to see how Duo utilizes Bonbon regardless. I think Red Church is an interesting Bonbon map as well, but again, I do think that some of the areas do work in the survivors' favor, especially if they're able to support one another. We did see some really great setup from the female dancer boxes in the previous match, even if they were taken out of commission early, but who knows, maybe we'll see them in play more in this match.
Yeah, I mean, if Bonbon can get a fast down and maybe chair near the middle, it's possible for him to pressure Cypher's well and potentially play for more than a draw. However, yeah, I mean, Church being a small map also means it's easier to kite towards dancer boxes, and it's easier for Prospector to support, to go from his Cypher over to the first chase and support. So it's going to be really interesting. I think Church works well for both sides here.
For sure, and I like that you bring that up. It totally reminded me of that of that one chair in Church, the one in between all of the walls by the back gate. I feel like that is a hell of a chair, especially against Bonbon. Getting to set up a really good chain bomb over in that area, in such a narrow area where there's only left and right, essentially, that you can go to.
Yeah, that's true. It's also going to be really interesting to see how efficient Luo's camp is. If Luo can get a stop, then that would be really big. And Gravekeeper isn't as good as First Officer. at rescuing versus Bonbon. It's also possible for Gravekeeper to get chased as well because Bonbon can bomb him out of his shovel. We're gonna see Dancer take middle, which is definitely fair because she can set up her boxes and anyone can really go for it. Bonbon might end up chasing Psychologist here.
Right, the stakes are really high. I can't wait to see this match. This is going to be the Shitang Survivors up against the Ravens Hunter in the second half of round 3. Good luck to both teams.
We are gonna load in here with Luo right outside the back gate, heading maybe towards middle more, and he might find Prospector here actually.
Going over to the graveyard area, though no one is quite here. Female Dancer has set up some boxes in church, however. 2 of them.
Yeah, they're all 3, I think actually. All 3 boxes are set up here, and Luo does have the opportunity to break some boxes here. Oh no, I think it's only 2, never mind.
No worries. We are going to see him leave the fast box, however, and then transition over to the breakables. Looks to be Gravekeeper?
It looks like it. Gravekeeper did a really good job using that opportunity to transition away. Luo took the long way around, and now Gravekeeper has a lot of distance. He's also going to be able to get towards those boxes in middle here. So this could be a strong kite for Gravekeeper.
Agreed. I mean, he even has those shovels to work with. There we go. We are going to be seeing 1 shovel used, and he does go under the pallet. Really utilizing the fast box over here, but he is going to take the vault.
Yeah, Gravekeeper was able to force Luo to hit the shovel, which is exactly what you want. He has not been hit yet here, and he still has the boxes in middle to work with as well. Fortunately, Luo not able to get that chip hit. Gravekeeper had a little too much distance.
Yeah, I honestly think that tree got a little bit in the way. It forced him to drop right in front. But great cornering Gravekeeper over here, and he does take the blink to catch up to that Gravekeeper.
Oh, canceled. That's unfortunate by Gravekeeper. He was doing a really great job of dodging those bombs too.
They do have a decent sight for progress, but Luo is going to chair right in front of Psychologist Cypher.
Yeah, they popped 3 ciphers, but that 3rd cipher isn't quite finished. And now the survivors do have a bit of an option. They don't really have a great rescue here. Psychologist might be able to make this rescue, but there's a chance of getting stuffed. However, if they sell, then they might tie, and they might not want to tie. They might just want to win here. So we might see a double rescue here, actually.
Yeah, there is the Prospector closing in, and that's a really great long stun. It really stops the Gravekeeper from getting immediately stuffed, but there's no more shovels for him to work with, so he's really gonna have to be careful here.
Yeah, Gravekeeper doesn't really have any items to shovel, and also Prospector and Psychologist both ended up taking a lot of damage now. So it could be difficult to rescue this Gravekeeper off the chair now. They're gonna heal Prospector though. We might see a sell here.
For sure. It is good that they were able to get that double rescue in right before half. Even if they do sell, it does buy quite a bit of time for them to catch up on their cipher progress. And Psychologist is doing a great job of baiting out that Tinnitus.
Yeah, Psychologist is just going to feed Tinnitus here. Bonbon is going to have to wait until Gravekeeper dies to transition away. And now it looks like Luo wants to go after Prospector, who's already chipped. We'll have to see how long Prospector can fight. Right now, Prospector does have a lot of distance. He did use his magnet a little early, though. But he's going to get the repel there. A really nice chip from Luo. Prospector might not be able to survive for much longer.
Yeah, for sure. Even if he does, there is that blink to watch out for. Oh, great chain bomb over there.
That was very well played. He initially misplaced the timer, but he managed to salvage it with that chain bomb. And this cipher isn't quite finished yet.
Oh, they've got to be very careful here.
Yeah, it looks like they may be able to just rush it.
No, we are gonna Gonna
Oh,
see
he
that
was able to
abnormal
put
before they
normal,
rushed
yeah.
it.
He was able to trump card to abnormal. And now Luo might
Oh,
be able to get a win here.
yeah. Oh no.
However, it looks like Luo's lost Prospector. Luo needs to down someone pretty quickly here if he wants to maintain his momentum.
Yeah, for sure. He didn't opt to break that last box just to gain some momentum. But he is going to be on the female dancer right now who does get hit by a bomb.
However, both of the other survivors are kind of right outside church. I'm surprised that they're not trying to find another cipher to decode. Dancer is going to be able to rotate back to bottom broken. Misses the timer bomb, unfortunately.
But it does look like he's following Prospector's trail.
Yeah, Prospector might be going down soon here. Really nice chip hit from Luo there, and now Prospector is down to one chip. And runs into the flywheels into the swing. Really well played from Luo.
We are going to be seeing Prospector on his second chair, I believe. But that cipher is almost done.
Yeah, unfortunately, Luo kind of needed to down someone on the cipher. Now he's stuck with abnormal, but the cipher is already finished and it's across the map. So we'll have to see. Oh, they just pop it. Psychologist might actually get downed here. Psychologist might not be able to kite to gate. Already taking a quick bomb hit.
Yeah, unfortunately, Prospector is going to end up getting sent back to the manor shortly. Dungeon is very far away. It is over at the Prospector's chair, but oh, unfortunately, Tunwen is gonna go down right before they can make it to the gate. It is open, however, and I guess the female dancer is going to opt to kite it out, hopefully to get the psychologist up.
Yeah, Dancer doesn't really have many options here. Unfortunately, Psychologist getting down there is just so unfortunate. And now it looks
nice
like Dancer... Really nice. Oh, well played bomb though. Dancer is not able to get to the pout in time.
That was a really excellent twirl though. She was able to twirl twice by staying within the radius. Oh!
Yeah, Luo's able to bait that self-heal and down Psychologist again. And Dancer still can't leave, unfortunately. They need to get a draw. However, Psychologist is really far. She might not be able to kite to the gate. And Dancer is going to be forced to leave here. It's looking like it is going to be a 3-man for Luo.
Yeah.
There's the surrender.
Congratulations to Ravens. Luo really pulled through, and honestly, that was such an intense match. It was so great to watch Shitang play as well.
Yeah, I was really expecting a draw there, but unfortunately the pop kind of left Psychologist in a very difficult position, and she just wasn't able to kite long enough. So now it is looking like Luo secured that 3-man, and Ravens are going to come away with the win.
Yeah, congratulations. Let's have a look at that deduction from this last match, however. Wow, okay, we are going to be seeing 26 strikes from Luo with 7 knockdowns. The female dancer is able to contain the hunter for 99 seconds. Psychologist 105. Prospector was 67, and Gravekeeper was 78 seconds.
Yeah, it was really strong kiting from Psychologist, as we can see. Gravekeeper also, unfortunately, getting that shovel canceled there after the blink. It's he was in a very tough spot. He decided to go for the shovel to try and cancel the blink, but unfortunately didn't get in time, so he did end up going down rather quickly. But it was still a pretty strong kite from Grave. He really used those dancers boxes well.
For sure, I really did enjoy like the looping around church. It worked pretty well in the first half of his kite. I liked that they were still able to push for some rescues. Of course, it's always risky when you're up against a hunter like Bonbon, but Psychologist did a great job. Prospector, it was really great to see him come in and support with those magnets. Same with the female dancer in the boxes. I'm really impressed by the twirls toward the end. It's always great to see that utilized, and really great understanding of how it works too. Staying within the radius of the box to twirl twice was pretty good. Honestly, it was a really tough call at the very end. I feel as though if she wasn't able to twirl, she could have gone down to a basic hit or a bomb. So great on that.
Yeah, Dancer did what she could at the end, but unfortunately it wasn't really enough. of a really great play from the serves in general. Their double rescue, their first rescue, that double rescue is really strong. They showed, they understand how to rescue off a bonbon. Unfortunately, that of normal play and being able to down the prospector did end up swinging the match in Luo's favor. So well played to both sides, and congratulations to Ravens.
Yeah, great job to both teams. It was really impressive to see how everyone played.
I think that wraps us up. Is there another match later?
Yeah, there is going to be the second bracket for today. It's going to be with Nyan Nation versus Omega. Omega is another team that got to play in the qualifiers. So
Yeah, these should be some really exciting matches. So make sure you stay to tune into those matches.
yeah,
Thanks for commentating with me. It was a lot of
yeah,
fun.
of
Thank you.
course. Thank you so much for hopping in. Thank you for having me. I've been Myxieneo and
I've been DTM. Thanks for watching.
just me, Bones. If you didn't catch me yesterday, I commentated the second bracket again. And yeah, today we're in for some really exciting matches. We're going to be seeing Omega versus N3, both teams that have been pretty active in the tournament circuit over the last couple years. Omega obviously just qualified for Call of the Abyss, going to be representing NAU, and N3 we've seen last year in the IVT NAU tournament. So definitely, some really interesting stuff that we're going to see coming into these matches today. So yeah, super excited to be here again to share this with all of you. And yeah, we should be, Sikey should be joining shortly. I will be commentating with Sikey today. So yeah, we're just waiting for that, and oh, there we are.
Let's go.
Hello. Good evening. I was just introducing myself and talking a little bit about the teams that we're going to be seeing today.
Oh, did we start already?
A little bit.
Are we live, guys? Yo,
We're
what's going
live.
on, everybody? This is Sikey. Welcome to the Checkmate tournament. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bones. I'm just gonna say, wait, how would you like to be called on this tournament, by the way?
Bones.
Bones. We got Bones here commentating with me today. I guess I'm the one commentating with him now because he was here first. We got Omega, Nyan Nations. I guess for starters, I'll say a little bit about me. I'm Sikey. I got a YouTube channel. I stream regularly. Played in tournaments. Just played the game competitively for 5 years now, and I'm very excited to see Omega, the team that we just went against, or I went against in the last tournament, go against another team up here, Nyan Nation, in another tournament. We got a lot of good people here, a lot of great players from Omega. We got people like Jam, and I think some others. I'm just forgetting the roster, but I don't think Honor's on here. They've changed some people up, but overall it's about the same team comp. We got a lot of familiar faces from the Call of the Abyss tournament here on Omega, as opposed to Nyan Nation. I remember them. I think they played in the last Checkmate tournament, if that's correct. I think, unless I'm remembering Discord Kittens. Yeah, that's Discord Kittens. That I really love their name. But we got Nyan Nation. They did change their roster up significantly. Do we want to go ahead and talk about the people we're going to be seeing on each team right now, Bones?
Yeah, so starting with Omega, they've changed their lineup a little bit from what we've saw in Call of the Abyss. We're going to be seeing Cloud at the top of that lineup, Jam, Agramont, and interestingly enough, Pitstoppers is actually going to be playing on the Survivor side for this tournament. Usually known, obviously, as a Hunter main, played on Before You, but has switched to the Survivor side to play for Omega in this tournament. So definitely really interesting to see what we have in store for us on that front.
For sure. And Pitstoppers, oh man, ever since, I don't know how long he's been playing Hunter, but he's been playing Hunter for as long as I could remember. I don't even remember if there was a time I've seen him seriously play Survivor, so this is going to be the first time for me that I'm going to be seeing Pitstoppers play Survivor, as well as probably for many of you guys. But on the Hunter side, we got the regular Hunter. We got Nico Nickelodeon, great Hunter player, mains a lot of different Hunters. He could play Dream Witch pretty well. He could play, what else does he play? I forgot. Dream Witch.
Clerk.
What are the other Hunters? Clerk, there's another one. A lot of great Hunters to go off of here. If I had the book in front of me, it would be a lot easier to remember. But very solid team. Overall, very well-rounded. Very good. And on here, we got Nyan Nation on the opposing side. I actually do see some faces that I've seen before on, well, faces, names, I guess, on Nyan Nation. Some people like IP Amster on the Survivors. It seems interesting because I think I've seen them as Hunter, usually, if I ever see them in rank. I might be wrong here, might be remembering someone else, but I feel like I've seen IP Amster before. As for the other players, Sora, QI, Provari, I think this is the first time I'm seeing them. Maybe I've seen them before, maybe they changed their names. But very excited to see what they bring out here today. It's always nice to see a little bit surprised. You know, it's always good seeing some familiar faces, but every now and then you get to see someone else new come in and you get to slap their, slap the other teams. Yikes.
Yep, and we
And,
have actually seen we've seen Provari playing in IVT last year, playing the Acrobat, Enchantress, Entomologist. QI has been a kiter with a lot of support. Might be seeing an Antiquarian today, might be seeing a Dancer or a Barmaid. Sora, a bit of a kiter. We might be seeing a little girl coming out of Sora today, so definitely, something that we haven't really seen in this tournament so far. And then, yeah, as you were saying, IP Amster definitely more experience on the Hunter side, but looks like switching to the Survivor side today. And then rounding out that lineup 4 and 3, we have Joker on the Hunter, who is very well known for his Naiad, and has played her in some other tournaments already, and also a very experienced Dream Witch. So definitely some interesting stuff to be seen from N3 today. Oh, and it looks like our map bans are coming in. You want to talk about that a bit, Sikey?
Yes. Let's pull up the map bans right now, and we got for the first map ban, it seems, hold up, why is quality so bad? I think that's Hospital, right?
Yeah, looks like Hospital was banned, picked by N3, I might be wrong on that. And then I think we may be seeing Ever Sleeping today. Yep, Hospital banned and an Ever Sleeping pick for the first match.
Picked Ever Sleeping. Very typical map that you see from a team that I would say like Omega. We would expect something like that from Omega because this is not an easy kiting map. This is not something that you can just 1v1 a hunter on and easily do a 3-7 kite. Maps like Hospital, Arms Factory, they're a big issue for tournament teams, all tournament teams, good and bad alike, because if a bad tournament team, well, I'm not saying anyone here is bad, but, just an example. If there was a team that cannot, and by bad I mean cannot support each other well, they're going to be relying on those 3 Cypher kites on easy to kite maps. The problem with that is that the other team that can support well can also do the same. They can also 3-7 kite and they won't need to support a whole lot. So when you pick a map like Ever Sleeping, what it forces you to do is it forces you to not just be able to kite because there's so few pallets, or the pallets are spread around, or the pallets are not very good, just too good on certain maps. Like Wax Artist would be a great pick. Something like Ever Sleeping, not a lot of tall walls to deal with. On this kind of map, you would love to go something like some support characters that could help out your Survivor teammates, and that's what separates the okay Survivor teams from the really, really great Survivor teams, that they can't just kite, they can also support each other. So on these really difficult to kite maps, they can come in and they can do that support that's necessary, while the other team who's just learning that will be struggling. And here we got exactly that. We got 2 supporter characters coming out from Nyan Nations. This is exactly what I'm talking about, is that these kinds of maps, you really do need the support. And if you can master that supporting, then these are the kinds of maps you want to pick. Because then those survivors that cannot support well, those teams that cannot support well with each other, cannot work together well, or are still working on it, they are the ones who are going to struggle. And that is what Omega is trying to take advantage of. But looks like Nyan is going into this prepared. They already know. Well, Priestess is a pretty easy pick, but Antiquarian, always nice to see Antiquarian. A new emerging meta survivor, I will say. Antiquarian, very surprising winner out of the new survivors that have been coming out recently.
Yeah, almost acting as a sort of new forward, able to get in those repetitive stuns, very close range, and with a lot of versatility, able to use that stick for speed boost, able to vault over small walls, a little bit like Acrobat. So definitely a very multi-purpose survivor, but we are going to see those bans coming in: Barmaid ban, Mercenary ban, and a Female Dancer ban. Really, really strong bans. Possibly, looking for that Dream Witch coming out with that Barmaid ban, and we are going to see a Psychologist coming in to sort of take her place as that designated healer on the team.
Definitely, although I think the bigger problem here that they're looking out for is the Dream Witch. So even though it's nice to have that extra heal, maybe if something happens with the Anti-Current while she's supporting, they'll still be able to heal her. I think the more important thing is that they want to play around that Dream Witch. Although, interestingly, we do see the first officer, so I wonder what they're trying to play around there. Instead of picking Mercenary or Forward, what are they trying to pick around? That's an interesting question. Possibly maybe Clerk if you go against the Clerk. But then again, Mercenary picks well. I wonder why they decided to go for Saucer. Maybe for the faster decode. That could be
Mercenary was
very
also
well.
banned, so
Oh yes, I'm sorry. The quality on this stream is
you're
really
fine.
technical difficulty. So yes, Mercenary was the second and third ban. I believe.
Yep, the second ban. So definitely
so
taken off the
that's why
table
we
very,
see
very
no
quickly.
Mercenary. It's also possible they don't have a forward user, so they just went ahead and picked First Officer, which is already very solid survivor, very solid. Nothing wrong with him at all. I love the layout, by the way. Big improvement. Big improvement, Ali. Love the layout on this new Checkmate tournament from last year, I believe it was, to this year. We got a lot better of a layout. Love this look, the purple background. I'm very excited what the Hunter's gonna pick now, though.
Yeah.
We got 4 survivors here. I mean, they could go Dream Witch. They could go Dream Witch still. Nico could definitely still go Dream Witch. He just has to worry about the Psychologist. The Antiquarian could be a little bit of a problem because she's going to be able to lock down at least one leech. So it's really just going to be limiting the other leech. But then again, if that one leech can switch to Blink or something like that, that would be great. Again, though, if she's going to be using patrollers on those leeches, Antiquarian can come in and stun in and is going to be just as annoying as a forward. And First Officer rounding the team out on the rescue side. Priestess gonna be just gonna be the all-around supporter. I wonder what kind of portals we're gonna see here. It probably depends on the hunter. It's gonna be a big dependence on what kind of hunter we're gonna see.
Yeah, and it looks like those persona webs have just been locked in on the side of survivors. We've got pretty standard lineup here. The First Officer is the only one bringing Tide. Antiquarian with that flywheel, and then both the Psychologist and the Priestess have brought broken windows. Yeah, so definitely looking at a bit of an interesting composition on that side. A lot of broken windows has been used in this tournament, just to break that distance, able to be utilized in those smaller areas scattered around Ever Sleeping, able to use those windows, those pallets, break the distance, and especially if they're looking to go against a Dream Witch, getting as far away as possible from those leeches, from that spawn follower, and trying to just avoid the main body as much as possible in order to just extend those kites can really come in handy, especially with the ability of the Priestess to just use Ever Sleeping kind of as her playground.
Definitely, absolutely. Although I will say it's really annoying. Ever since they nerfed broken windows, it's kind of annoying. It's not like a big deal, but it is a little bit annoying that they nerf broken windows, because every time you vault a window and the Dream Witch goes off the leech, you don't have a heartbeat anymore. You lose that 50% speed bonus and it becomes decreased to 25%. A little bit of a weird game mechanic there ever since they've nerfed that. It usually doesn't make a difference, but on kites, because you always have a heartbeat on a kites. But this is one of the few times it does make a difference. Every time she switches off that leech and you don't have a heartbeat anymore, that broken windows or that power boost is going to get a pretty big nerf on your kite, making flywheel the obviously preferred option, but can definitely still work. And there we go. Look what we got here, fella bones. We got the annoying Dream Witch on the Omega side. Man, this is gonna be exciting. We've seen Nickelodeon play Dream Witch before, and we'll see that again right here on a pretty good map for Dream Witch. Definitely wondering how he's gonna do. First round, first half. It's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, definitely a lot of potential here with the Survivor lineup versus a Dream Witch. Dream Witch, always such a good pick, especially for a map like this. Small enough that she's able to keep that map control, keep those leeches in line, not have any of them just kind of running off in the distance. And we're going to see everybody filing in here. Yeah, it looks like I'm assuming that the map's going to change. We are on Ever Sleeping. But here we come.
This is just life of hosting a tournament. There's a lot of things that has to be done here. But here we go. We got everyone in the group here. We got Nico, Sora, IP Amster, and Chi. I assume that's how that's pronounced. I don't know if that's supposed to be pronounced in English or in Chinese, but if it's Chinese, I believe it's Chi. I'm not sure there. Wow, look at that. They got the S skin for the new hunter. Whoa, someone broke the bank there. I wonder, maybe they got it in the first poll. Oh, by the way, what do you think about the new hunter bones? I don't think we're gonna be seeing it anytime in tournaments, but what do you think? Do you think there's a tournament possible hunter? I think there is a possibility.
Yeah,
think there's
definitely a
possibility.
possibility. I unfortunately haven't had the chance to start playing around with him yet. My gacha luck is not very good. But no, definitely really excited to see what he has to offer. Kind of plays a little bit into what I like to see with hunters. I'm a hunter main. I play lizard, I play nightmare. So, you know, the dash I'm very excited about. Able to bypass the pallets, also very excited about. And that sort of the wind ability, able to just drag survivors back. Definitely really excited to be able to sort of play around with that, see maybe some changes in the meta, changes in how the survivors, especially, you know, if we start seeing Night Watch in tournaments, if it turns out that, you know, he is actually viable for that, we could see some potential meta changes coming into the next year. But we are going to move on to the spawn picks now. And
Pretty-
yeah, Psyche, you want to take it away?
Yeah, we got some pretty. This is some pretty average looking spawn picks here. We got Priestess in the middle. Always very nice to have that. Just so no matter where anyone gets chased on this part, on any part of the map, they can easily get a portal across the map, maybe on the side of the map from corner to middle or to graveyard, anything like that. Interesting, we see the Antiquarian spawn at the bottom though and not near the top, so that she can't really go corner house or graveyard. I feel like that's a little bit of a mistake there, but maybe they're planning something that I haven't seen yet. Maybe some, well, I would say support, but really it's just Antiquarian the only one who's going to be supporting, so I'm a little bit worried for the Antiquarian here. It looks like, oh no, she's not going to get chased immediately, going right after the first officer.
Yeah, definitely an interesting choice for that first chase, heading all the way over to this corner house, kind of a little bit away from where everyone else is decoding, but, you know, maybe trying to just get that hit in right away, and make things a little bit difficult for the inevitable rescue. Already setting up a really good sandwich here, against this first officer.
Oh my god!
Ooh!
Got the hit off as well. I assume that, no, they're not going to break the pallet because they're already dragging their leech away. I don't know if Nico's going to be able to drag that leech away. Okay, he's going to have to move purposefully away. Is that leech? Nope, that leech is still not dragging towards him. So what Nico's trying to do here is he's trying to get this leash to follow him, but there's no need to, because the first officer just kind of fell right into his lap, so that makes it a lot easier for Nico. I don't know if you guys saw there, but the first officer's image was right on top of his regular image because he used the watch outside of that leech. Now, if you use the watch on one leech, it works, but it doesn't work on the other leech. It has to be in range of both if you want it to work. So that's why Nico knew exactly where that first officer was. That's why Nico knew exactly where he sees the first officer is exactly where he is. There's no form of deception there at all. Wow, what a sneaky hit. That was crazy good. Holy crap.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful control by Nico, just able to have these leeches all the way around, putting pressure on these survivors, and even the priestess unable to get in that basement rescue, and actually dropping pallet here.
Okay,
yep,
that's
able to break that distance and make her way possibly, nope, not away, just away from that basement, trying to just stay alive at this point, focusing less on the chair and more on not being downed.
Missing that one hit on that pallet is gonna be costly. It's gonna waste a lot of time. No, Nico's still in an incredibly good position here. It's just, oh my goodness, if he got that priestess right then and there, this would have been almost guaranteed a format. At that point, back-to-back downs like that, there's gonna be very difficult. Now Nico's kind of in this situation where the survivors kind of want to be in this situation. Now, granted, it's still not great. They barely have any ciphers here. Let's check how the cipher progress is doing. We got middle at 50%, but neither of the other two. Oh, correction. We have graveyard at like about 15%, and then there's still no third survivor. Sorry, fifth cipher started. And that was the hit Nico was looking for. So this is exactly where things start going downhill with on the survivor team. So as survivor, you're always trying to make sure that your three survivors, the last three survivors alive, are always trying to split away from each other, just so the leeches aren't hitting your other teammates and you're just de-leeching yourself. Let's see if the Antiquarian picks up the leech remover. She did. There we go. It is a little bit worrisome that the psychologist still doesn't have a leech remover because she's going to be the one doing this rescue. Here we go. Gonna get the clean rescue off. Maybe Priestess can rebound here with a portal. Oh my god, is she getting stuck? Oh god. Okay, but I think she is going to rebound here. I'll let you take over, bro.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, and a switch to blink right there to get the priestess down as fast as possible. But yeah, definitely not a great position for IP Amster there for a moment. Stuck right in between that leech and the wall. Able to portal out of it. You know, priestess able to get out of those sticky situations with the portals, but it did not last very long. Pressure's right back on those survivors. Both those survivors are at
Wow,
health,
look at this.
but
Oh my goodness, that was a
wow.
clean link there. Just not even gonna give her don't even give her a chance. Don't even let her reach that pallet. You know she's gonna reach the pallet. Just use it right then and there, just to eliminate that much of a survivor. One less survivor that can rescue now. Now he knows exactly where Psychologist is as well. I'm looking a lot from the survivor perspective here, but I can see that the Psychologist has the witch mark nearby. She knows exactly where the last person is. She knows she doesn't have to worry about that chair anymore being rescued from. And this is going to be pretty clean 4-man from Nico. All he has to do here now is make sure he knocks down this Psychologist, or anyone really for that matter. Oh wow, nice pallet stun there. Very good. Very, very clean. Wait,
Yep,
that was
great
still a
pallet
hit?
stun, but
That was still a
yep,
hit, never mind.
It was still a hit. The follower's hitbox just enough to be able to get through that space left between the pallet, and we're going to see the Psychologist. Yep, another sandwich there with that leech, but oh, actually still able to prolong this kite.
Nico
That
did
blink's
not
still
switch on
not
the leech
up.
right there. So he's just waiting on the leech to get their blinks up. He could have sandwiched her right then and there. Looks like he's gonna be doing what he does before, dragging those leeches to the side so they automatically start following. That way Nico only has to worry about controlling one leech at a time, and then the only time he's gonna have to control the other leech is when it finally gets close. But since the leech is already doing that, or at least that's the plan, it looks like that didn't quite happen right here. Oh yes, never mind.
Here it
right
comes.
there. So this leech is gonna immediately break that pallet. So wait, did it? Oh, interesting. Okay, a little bit weird. That's a little bit weird. It's because she was still dropping it, so it didn't actually end up detect that the pallet was down to break it. A little bit weird mechanic there with Dream Witch, but is gonna still get the hit with that clean charge attack. Do not underestimate the charge attack of those Dream Witch leeches. They do provide a lot of extra range that the regular hit wouldn't provide. An extra little bit of stability as well. Just so you have that feeling, that little bit of control over your swing right before it lands. Because it's a very fast swinging hunter. Gotta be very careful.
Ooh.
Swing. That was
Beautiful stun on the side of the Antiquarian, and yep, but we are going to see those leeches come back into play. Even with a little bit of misbehavior from those leeches, not really wanting to do what their mother is telling them, we're still going to see beautiful work from Nico. Yep, able to get that down on the Antiquarian right away with that leech, and right back switching targets to that Psychologist.
I'm wondering.
Antiquarian does still have her self-heal though.
Okay, she does. I'm wondering if he's gonna pick her up and put her on chair just in case he finds this Psychologist. That's probably what he's gonna do. He has Tinnitus. I think he's gonna check to see where she is first. Then she's gonna see where she is. And I think he's gonna leech her. No, he's not gonna leech her, is he? Really? He must not have the leech up, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it looks like it may still be on cooldown.
Yes, it's on
but...
cooldown, I believe. Yes.
Yep.
So he's just waiting there.
There we are.
But she can pick herself up at any moment. She's probably gonna pick herself right here. I don't think she wants to let herself get on chair here. Otherwise, at that point, Nico knows there's nothing bad.
Yep, and another missed blink there, but still, you know, keeping up that chase on the Psychologist. The Psychologist doing a really, really nice kite here, just prolonging the match a little bit longer. And oh, missing the Terror Shock as well, the small hitbox of those leeches. And as you were saying, Psych, you know, that heavy hitbox can be really helpful. But yep, we're going to see the Psychologist go down, and all of Nico's attention is right back on that Antiquarian, who is trying to get rid of that leech as fast as possible.
When there's two people injured, sorry, not injured, two people knocked down, that leech becomes way easier to remove. No more self-heal anymore from either side. So this is looking like GG's now. Of course, oh wow, that was okay, nice. Problem is, what about the other leech? Yeah, that's gonna be rough. Right next to dungeon. Beautiful flywheel, oh my gosh. Waited for the charge attack. Oh, the jump as well. This is
Yeah,
very good
really,
anti-crit.
really great work from Chi over here on the Survivor side. Definitely, you know, definitely was looking for the Antiquarian coming into this match, and not disappointed with her performance so far. Just able to utilize that stick. Ooh, a little bit of mind gaming there, faking out the stun, causing Nico to hesitate, but the Antiquarian still goes down, and we are going to see a very, very clean 4-man on the side of Omega for this first round.
That's going to be a very good start for Omega. They're going to want a 5-man, what? A 5-point
Bringing in that mechanic now.
Yeah. Mechanic robot was in there. That is very good to see for Omega's side. I'm very curious what Nyan will see as their hunter playing here, because Dream Witch is a very hard hunter to beat. Very easy to tie, I would say, as Dream Witch, and very hard to win against her. So if they can have their own Dream Witch on their side, I don't know what their Hunter plays. I think Bones, you got some info on Hunter player.
Yep. And we could
that would
actually be
be
looking
nice.
at a Dream Witch for this next round. N3's Hunter, very experienced Dream Witch, also known for Naiad, so we could be seeing a Naiad, but you know, just because it's ever sleeping, definitely a high chance of seeing that Dream Witch once again. But looking at the stats here, we do see, you know, those low stats. We've got that 13-second containment on the first officer, very, very unfortunate for N3, but still able to prolong the match a little bit longer, showing off some of their skills just with that Psychologist. You know, not really much to kite with the Psychologist. You just kind of have yourself, and with Proveri able to keep up that 104-second kite with a pallet strike, with a rescue. Really, really good stats, even if it was just one survivor on N3.
They did the best with what they were provided with, but really what it comes down to is the moment when the first person goes down, it hurts, definitely hurts, but it's kind of bound to happen. Although they didn't get any patrollers out, it's still kind of bound to happen no matter what. Really what it comes down to is can the next kiter get some blinks out, so that way when they rebound, or at least hopefully rebound, they don't have to worry about it anymore. And unfortunately that did not happen. The Priestess did go down without getting a blink out, I believe, right? If my memory serves me right. Which means
I believe
now,
so, yes.
Which means now that since Nico didn't have to use a patroller or switch to blink early, that means now he'll still have the patroller up to immediately switch to blink, which will allow him to immediately kill that Priestess and prevent the rebound from happening entirely. And once you go down for a second time and you just committed your items to rebounding, at that point it's really, really hard to come back. You're really hoping that that second kiter is going to be able to split away from the other survivors while they finish the other ciphers. And it was definitely possible, but on Never Sleeping it's so hard. Again, because of how split apart the map is, how few good pallets there are to kite multiple leeches at the same time. Really, the pallets are only, at most, good for kiting one hunter, and even then it's still really difficult. So it hurts a lot. But maybe Nyan can pull this back, perhaps.
Yeah, definitely, you know, really a good map to see. And we are going to head right into those picks and bans. Definitely, possibly, you know, looking at probably a similar ban lineup to what we saw last match. Yep, that barmaid immediately locked out, so we could very well be looking at a little bit of a similar match here with that Dream Witch coming into play. Definitely expecting Omega to lock in that Priestess first. Really don't want to go without a Priestess on a map like this.
Nyanya again, we see once again Barmaid as the first ban. I can't believe we live in a world where Barmaid has now become the first ban, because she's just become that solid against Dream Witch. Ooh, Dancer. So interesting. So they see the Barmaid ban, and they know it's probably a Dream Witch. They probably know it's a Dream Witch, but I assume they're picking Dancer because they're worried about some other hunters. Like they don't want to play only into Dream Witch, because I think Omega knows, like, if they only pick anti-Dream Witch survivors, the Nyan Nation hunter could just pick a hunter that's good against the Dream Witch counters and then hard counter them that way. So I think what Omega's trying to do here is, you know, Dancer's not that bad against Dream Witch, still not the best, but this way they still have some backup, so that if it's any hunter that's not Dream Witch or Blood Queen, I suppose, then Dancer's going to be so ridiculously good. You drop a music box, you put the palette on there, and this is what you see done all the time in tournaments. You go to any server, you'll see this done. You'll probably see, I'm actually interested if we'll see Dancer or Priestess spawn middle, but if we see Dancer spawn middle, you're going to see this in every server you ever look at. You're going to have the Dancer, unless it's like Blood Queen, you know, or Dream Witch. You're going to see them take their music box, put it under a pallet next to the Geisha house at 2-story, and then they're going to drop the pallet. And it seems kind of ironic, like, why would you not wait for the hunter to come over there and then get the stone off? There's a few reasons. First of all, if the hunter chair's there, then they break the box for free easily, and there's no one to drop the pallet on them. Second, when you drop the blue music box and you drop the pallet on it, it forces them to break the pallet slowly first, before they can break the box. And during that whole time, you can run away, as opposed to leaving the box there and then stunning. That's a mistake, because you had to sit there wasting the whole time they were breaking the box, just standing there, when you could have dropped the pallet first, and it was basically the same as a pallet stun, except you're running away is the difference. So you see that a lot with Dancer. Anyway. Whoa,
Yeah,
Wildling and Acrobat!
We're
Oh,
going to
wow.
see a little bit of circus action here. We've got the female Dancer, the Acrobat, and the Wildling.
We
something
got
of
the
a family
whole.
reunion coming into this match. We are going to see that Antiquarian, Psychologist, and the Mercenary got banned. So definitely sort of looking to avoid that Antiquarian and Psychologist who came out in the previous match. But a Wildling, really interesting pick. Definitely something that can work on Eversleeping a lot of areas to just sort of get lost with the boar. Avoiding the hunter, but we are going to see those persona picks coming in. And yep, pretty standard. We've got the Acrobat Priestess and the Dancer all carrying Flywheel and the Wildling with Tide. A really strong containment lineup, definitely looking to just keep the hunter occupied as long as possible. And we are going to see that Dream Witch coming out again on the side of Nyan Nation. So yeah, definitely a really interesting match that we're about to see here.
This is not gonna be easy. Priestess, Acrobat, not super easy chases for Dream Witch. Mostly because if there's anywhere where she chairs that Priestess in a good spot, she can pretty easily rebound. Not the greatest first fighter, but definitely one of the best rebounders in this game. You put her on next to any wall, and basically every chair is by a wall. She's gonna rebound easily, no problem off of that. So that's a big scare. We also got the Acrobat. For those that don't know, when Acrobat uses a ball, and if he times it right while he's in the air, the Patroller will not actually stun him in place. He'll be able to dodge a Patroller bite. Each Patroller bites 3 times, not counting the first bite where like the Hunter's stuck in an animation watching the Hunter bite the Survivor. That does not count. It's those next 3 that matter. And combined with Flywheel, combined with the balls, it's going to be very difficult for her to maintain that pressure with just a Patroller. And of course, we got Dancer as well. These people are all going to be running Flywheel as well. Flywheel borrowed time, so they were all in heavy on the Dream Witch. And Nyan Nation's Hunter, I wouldn't say fell right into it, but it's going to be a lot harder to manage now. I'm very curious who's going to be playing what here, because we got Jam, Aggerman, Cloud, and who is the last one? We'll see in just a second.
Yep, it's going to be Pit Trappers on the side of the survivors, and it looks like we're just waiting for N3's Hunter to come in. But yeah, definitely really excited to see that female dancer. So many good places to place those music boxes, as you discussed. Yeah, definitely it will. We could maybe just because of if Joker plans to go for that Acrobat first, we could be seeing possibly a start with Blink. But you know, definitely Patroller, very standard. And still very effective against the rest of this lineup.
Yes, exactly. We got someone in the chat here saying, now what Acrobat main you know is gonna do what Sikey. Hey, even I mess it up.
Mentioning your expertise.
No one really plays Dream Witch is the thing. You go in rank, you go play Acrobat, no one really plays Dream Witch. It's hard to get practice in on something that no one plays. You know, that's kind of the problem with rank, is that you're hoping that people go what they're supposed to, but no, they go stuff like Lizard. Oh
Hey,
no, not
if
Lizard.
we could say, hey, we could see a lizard.
Okay, we got
I
Joker
would
here.
like to see that lizard, but yeah, we are probably not.
Probably not Lizard. This is just in rank match. You see, that's the thing. I don't really care about getting practice against Lizard as Acrobat. Okay, I already know to jump away when he starts jumping. Pretty you know, you want to get that super good timing in, like against that Dream Witch Sculptors. These are not easy hunters to go against. These are hunters that are like, you gotta really practice. So you can think about it, you can know what to do, but it's not as easy as doing it. You know, it depends. So
Yeah, there's a lot of hypothetical skills that don't really work out when you make it into the game.
Cloud is a good Acrobat though, so I have faith in him. I have faith that he's going to pull it off. Agramont as well, very well-known Priestess. We got Pit Stoppers here. Very interested to see how he's gonna play, and he's playing the Dancer. Not a very hard character to play, I would say. You just drop a box, you circle the box, so I believe he's gonna do great as well. And Jam, going to be known for his forward, gonna be going in with Wildling here instead. Here we go. Pretty good sponsor. This is more of what I would expect. Jam could either pick one of these. It doesn't really matter. I feel like if he goes that corner gate, I feel like it's gonna allow those survivors to well, sorry, not really allow them to go in a great area, because now he's trying to decode there. So Jam spawning at Island is perfectly fine, because now no one's gonna kite Island. So it's gonna be pretty easy for Jam to do a cipher there, and it allows the other survivors to go fake gate if necessary. You know, absolutely no need to worry about cutting other people now.
Yeah, and that priestess really in a great position to set up some portals for that early game. Possibly looking at that female dancer or the acrobat as their first targets. But, you know, with those support from the priestess, that's potential, with her spawning in the center like that. Uh, really could be seeing a difficult early game for this hunter.
Absolutely. So it looks like the first option that they're gonna go for is the female dancer. Gonna see what we talked about earlier. Gonna drop the box there, right underneath. I think it's still underneath the pallet. It was a little bit close, but I think it's still underneath it. Gonna drop the leech there. This leech, Pitstop's is in a really awkward spot here. This is gonna be okay. He did break the box though, so that is gonna allow Pitstoppers to get away much more freely now. This is gonna corner him though. Look at this, all these boxes being dropped. Look at how slow it is dealing with these pallets. This is really what Pitstopper's goal here is, and he never broke this pallet, so it's gonna be pretty easy to just vault over it. Now, even though, look at this, we got the patroller here, but I'm not really sure what this patroller is going to do, because he's going to be able to reach this pallet, he's going to vault over this pallet, he's going to reach this next pallet, and he's going to flywheel this last spot. I assume he's going to go to corner house. Yep, this is really good. This option's looking good. Now he messed it up a little bit. Oh
Yeah,
my
not
God.
quite able to pull off that flywheel in time, and the bite still goes off, and there goes our first hit of the match. So
Another
really
problem
strong
here.
start here from Pitstoppers.
Exactly. The other problem is Pitstoppers kind of had to run into his own leech here. Thankfully, that leech, the Joker, the hunter, did not change the area of that where that leech was ahead of time. Because if he changed that leech to be more in the middle of that alleyway underneath the corner house, he would have been done for there. But Pitstoppers thankfully able to make his way a little bit. Gonna get a leech in there. Don't really know if it's gonna do a whole lot besides prevent a lot of decode for Agromant. In fact, Agromant could just keep decoding in front of the leech. But there we go. Finally getting that hit in. It's gonna be a little bit close. Let's take a look at the ciphers. They all look like they're about to pop. Even Jam's cipher is about to pop. Now Jam is across the map though. He did end up doing that. Oh my God, and there's a lot of leeches on his way too. So let's see. He's just gonna fearlessly walk through that leech at middle. Wow. And Acrobat looks like he's trying to work together with this leech to remove this. Work together with this priestess to remove the leech. This is the small stuff that you never see when the hunter plays. When you only watch from the hunter's perspective, you never get to see this little stuff of how they work together to get those leeches off. Next thing you know, they're just gone. You know, we never see that side of the game. So really nice to see that teamwork. It is a basement though. This is gonna be really tough.
Yeah, unfortunately missing the hits on that boar, but Wildling able to get down there pretty much unbothered. Oh, and taking that body block right away. Possibly able to make it out of basement, but we will see. And ooh, it actually looks like Pitstopper is getting stuck
Body
on that
block is
leech.
so weird.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I'm sure the Dream Witch would have loved Joker. I'm sure Joker would have loved to get the hit on that Wildling there, but it's going to be just a little bit off. Barely not going to reach it. Look at how great of a job Pitstoppers is doing. Get away from this basement. Did get a little bit close to middle. Thankfully, middle cipher is done though, so we don't have to worry about that cipher being pressured. If Jam can just survive here, thank goodness. Oh my goodness. Yo, you never see that animation when the Dream Witch hits a wall. You never see that. Oh my god.
Yeah, definitely. Really strong communication from these survivors, able to just sort of take those leeches off the field the moment that the Dream Witch is not actively on them. But we're going to see that patroller come out as the ball is being readied on the side of Cloud. And possibly we will see a little bit of what you were talking about with the avoidance. Oh, not even going to allow that patroller to get that second bite in. Taking that hit right away. Really, really great portals on the side of Omega.
Great portal there for Necromont. I'm surprised he didn't take it more towards the pallet, but maybe he's worried about the other leech going there already. He doesn't want to corner the survivor, want to give them extra options. Pitstoppers, though, waiting for the flywheel from Joker. Good job. Very good job from Joker, waiting for the flywheel. Dream Witch is a hunter that swings almost instantly, so I don't really blame Pitstoppers at all there for doing that early flywheel. There's not a whole lot you can do against a hunter who swings basically instantly. You need ridiculous fast human reflexes that I don't think are humanly possible, but I disagree.
Yeah, it looked like actually Joker started a little bit of a threaten emote there to sort of bait out that flywheel entering the animation, but yeah, beautiful little bit of a mind game there to bait out that flywheel and send Pitstoppers right back to the manor. But we do have 2 ciphers remaining. Things are still looking very, very good for Omega. But
Yes.
yeah, it looks like Jam's the only one decoding right now, which, you know, Wildling on a Cypher, it's gonna be a bit. But with
It's
Acrobat
not
and Priestess
great.
on the kite, probably will be able to contain for long enough for that Wildling to finish. Oh,
Ooh,
beautiful
that's great.
flywheel.
Beautiful flywheel, yes, but a little bit of mistake there being forced to use it in the first place. It looks like will we see Agramon use a portal here? I would like to see a portal. Does she have any? She does. There we
Yes.
go. So it's gonna avoid the patroller last second. Beautiful. I'm surprised Joker isn't switching to Blink sooner than later because these patrollers are just gonna be too easy to kite for something like Priestess or Acrobat or even Wildling. They're just gonna be too good to kite patrollers. So really, switching to Blink sooner than later would be preferable. Now, if he can get one more patroller use with this main body, that would be fine, because Blink is not going to be useful anyway on the main body. So this is probably going to be his last patroller of the game here. Going to try to get in for a sneaky hit. Not going to get it, and I think we're going to see Cloud do that perfect timing that we talked about earlier. He is Leech right behind him. I'm surprised Joker didn't try to hit with that Leech right there while he had a chance. And again, close pallet drop. He could have gotten it right there, but Joker chose not to swing there, and that's going to be a huge mistake. Hard to say, though, because he didn't know he was going to drop the pallet.
Yep, and that Priestess already has a Cypher at 61% over by the corner house, but Joker is changing targets, looking to sort of disrupt that decoding before it happens. Wildling entering back on that boar, but the Priestess has been found, and we are going to see that Cypher be pressured. But
He's
Cloud already
really
starting
just
another one over in the
using-
distance.
Yes, he is. This is exactly what they should be doing. But the problem that Joker is in here right now is that he knows it's better to go pressure Cypher than to just keep chasing the same target that's anyway going to kite him. The problem now is he's hoping for these survivors to do mistakes like that one. But then again, Agramon didn't have a super great palette to work with anyway. But it's going to be really hard to kill anyone. He's going to be relying on survivor mistakes now. And in the meantime, he's going to try to stall with leeches, but in the end, it's going to be very difficult. Agramon's taking another hit there. Not a whole lot of pallets, though, so it's not going to be easy. Oh my goodness. Okay, so thankfully it was in the pallet. Good thinking from Jam, putting that leech inside of a pallet, so in case he checks it, he can already stun. Problem is the blink. That is the one problem with de-leeching so close to a leech, is that if you get hit there, Joker can actually seriously... It's going to be so hard, though. He's going to need to kill all 4 of them if he wants to tie this round. He can't even win this round anymore. Nyan has to get 4 people killed here if they want to tie this round. If even one person escapes here, which it's looking like they're going to plan to go for that. No one can rescue Agramon, so they're going to be fully relying on this. Ooh, this is going to hurt. This is a shaky scenario for an OM. OM was in a good position here, and a good position for a win here. Turned into a tie, still in a good position to tie, and then too many hits happen back to back where they're now in this kind of position. I think Jam's gonna try to go in, not Jam, Cloud. Jam is sitting by the Cypher. Cloud is gonna try to go for the Cypher, but not the Cypher, the chair. But I'm not even sure he's gonna make it, even with that mud ball. He's gonna get knocked away from the chair here. Gonna use a flywheel. He went on the flywheel. Wait, where's the pop? There we go. There's the pop. A little bit late. Missed the swing. Oh my goodness.
Wow, beautiful work by Joker,
Oh,
able
no.
to just stop Cloud before rescuing that Priestess. And yeah, possibly looking at a 3-man situation here for Omega, but it depends on how long Cloud is actually able to contain this Dream Witch in the last seconds of the match. That gate's already being opened, but yeah, those leeches, they're out for blood right now, Sikey.
Gate at 70 right now. James just pinged 44, but it's actually about 90 now. If Cloud could get a BM escape here, they only need one person, but in case this goes to a round 3, they're going to want every escape they can. Okay, this is looking very possible. This is very possible to get escape out, especially with this last firebomb. How many bombs does he have left? He used a mud ball, a white ball, a firebomb. He might very well have 2 more bombs here. And it looks like he's going to make it. There's no way this Dream is going to have teleport.
Man.
And he's going to secure a tie. He will secure a shaky tie, but nonetheless, a tie still.
Wow.
Very, very good.
Such an impressive endgame kite there by Cloud. And yeah, we are going to see Omega able to clutch that draw in the very last moments. Beautiful work by both sides. Joker able to pressure that to a draw in the first place when it was looking for sure like a 3-man. But great work by Omega, able to just... conserving those bombs until the very end, and able to secure that gate escape, even when all seemed lost.
Absolutely. That was very scary. Now Joker was gaming out of his mind at the end there. He already knew. He knew the acrobat was coming. He was waiting at the chair. He knew he was gonna fly. Well, he waited. He was not afraid to wait. And that is something that you don't see a lot with hunters. The discipline that is required to go into something like that. He knows that this acrobat has flywheel. So he knows he just needs to wait for something. Why else would he be running headfirst into the chair? So he's sitting there waiting for the flywheel. Hit him a little bit short on the pop. This is kind of the problem with wilding and slow decoders, is that if you don't prime in 99, if it's even like 1 second off, that could happen. The other issue is that Cloud was not at the chair at like 95, came at like 99. So even if they had the pop, I don't know if they would have had that rescue. At most, if they rescue that, it would just be the stall, because someone is going to be going down immediately after that. The thing is now, at least it forces the hunter to waste time chairing someone again. At that point, it guarantees at least 1%. But no, Acrobat said, "Nuh-uh, we're going to be getting an extra escape here," and he kited all the way to the gate. Very good job. I wonder what Joker could have done differently there. I wasn't watching a whole lot on what he could have done differently. Maybe leeching that Acrobat as soon as possible ahead of time, maybe where he was trying to go. But it's so hard because Dungeon was literally at middle. Dungeon could have also been a fake game then. I suppose it was a 66% chance that the odds were in his favor. But yeah, that was really rough for Joker. He actually had that. He waited on the blink. The pop was a little bit late. He blinked on the Acrobat. He just ended up missing that swing, and that really costed him. He could have also checked. I also saw there was a leech in the bushes there after he missed the swing, so he could have also opted for that. But a little bit too slow. Didn't think about it. I think he did switch, but it was a little bit just barely too slow, and he ended up balling away in time. Even with the 12-second cooldown, still a little bit off. That is really painful for the Nyan Nation side. It's gonna be really difficult now because Omega just needs to win round 2, and they take this. This is gonna be a 2-round victory for Omega. But yeah, holy crap.
Yeah, unless N3 is able to turn this around in the second round, it is looking very much like Omega will be taking this home. But it's never over. Anything could happen. We have already seen that Joker is able to put that pressure on Omega survivors. If a couple things were played differently, very well could have had that 3-man. Maybe not a 4-man, but anything could happen in this second round. More bans are available, more picks are available, a different map as well. So all of those variables put into play could possibly maybe change things in favor of Nyan Nation.
Absolutely. They don't have to get 7-2 to tie this up. They don't have to do that. Although they probably should plan to go for as many as possible. Now that if they're going to try to still win this, they need to. They need to get this to a round 3. And if this does go to a round 3, then at that point it depends on the points. So they really need as many people as possible here. But right now their goal is to just survive. Just win this round, and then we can consider trying to get more points than the other team. 5-point swing here. But maybe every little point counts. Maybe they could get 3 here, 3 extra points here, just win the round, and maybe 2 points later on, maybe then go into overtime. A lot of things can happen here. And here we go. We got the map picks already. I love how speedy this tournament has become. Something you don't see in the Call of Abyss very often. They're very slow typically. Very slow. But I think they did a lot better this year on the speed. But Ali cannot be outmatched here. The Checkmate tournament, you cannot match Checkmate tournament speed. This is crazy fast. They're on their game.
Definitely speaks to all the staff. Thank you again, all the staff that's been putting this together, to Ali for organizing this. And yeah, we are going to see the Lakeside Village get banned, Chinatown get picked. Definitely, nobody really wants to be stuck on Lakeside. And Chinatown, such a good map for really, really well-coordinated survivor teams. I know, we were talking about this before, Sikey. Teams that are able to coordinate their kites, assist each other, help out against the hunter. In those open areas on Chinatown, great for the hunter to just cut survivors off. But yeah, on a map like Chinatown, Omega, we've already seen their communication. And N3, still, you know, if that first officer doesn't go down, can definitely see some really good things pulled out in the second round. But we're gonna head right into those picks and bans. Sikey, what do you think we're gonna be seeing banned for this first half?
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna be trying to rely on that teamwork here, just like Ever Sleeping. Very similar map to Ever Sleeping. I think we're gonna be seeing some supporters ban here. I would say probably a Priestess. I don't know if they're gonna ban Barmaid. I think. Oh, unfortunately, the Hunter has to ban before the Survivor, so he doesn't know if they're gonna ban Dream Witch. Nyan Nation Hunter depends if they want to go Dream Witch. No, not gonna go for the Dream Witch Barmaid ban here. Instead, they're gonna go Seer. Interesting, by the way, I just want to say it's very interesting how kind of Seer has been kind of falling out of first pick bans as well as first picks as survivors. Last round, both teams, both hunters decided to ban Barmaid first. And both times the survivors didn't pick Seer, even though they had the option, because there were just more reliable support options available than Seer. Seer can protect, but it's only one time. So even though he can provide that health, it's going to be very difficult. But definitely, these are definitely good bans. Now, these are also very good survivor picks as well. And we are going to see Dream Witch banned after we see them pick these two. And this is going to be very, very hard. Like, holy crap, this is going to be insanely hard. Because Dancer is going to be putting boxes at Hotel, probably. They're going to be putting catapults towards Hotel. They probably will put Merchant at Hotel, now that I think about it. And heck, that Merchant can lead catapults to the Hotel. This is insane support. So even though they banned Priestess, this is basically the other version of Priestess because there's so many open areas. There's no trees in the way. This is a map where it's just stone on the ground. So there's no trees. It's kind of weird. It's kind of like Ever Sleeping, where because the whole ground is cement, you don't have to worry about trees. Very odd, but some survivors it does make a difference. Like Mercenary doesn't have trees to pad off of anymore. Although Mercenary is good everywhere.
Yeah, a lot of, even though there aren't any trees, a lot of small... Oh, we're going to see the Weeping Clown make an appearance today. Definitely a really interesting pick. I believe we saw a little bit of him yesterday as well. Also on Chinatown, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah...
What are they trying to play around? Clerk? They're trying to play around Clerk, maybe. What else are they worried about? This would not be a good pick against Wax Artist, though.
Oh yeah, no, definitely not really anticipating that Wax Artist. But yeah, as you're saying, you know, definitely really excited to see that Toy Merchant come out. She has been getting banned a lot in tournaments when they get Chinatown, just preemptively because she's such a strong character on this map. But we will be seeing that forward for support. Weeping Clown also for support. Dancer still so strong, especially in that hotel area with those boxes. And yeah, definitely, we could be seeing some interesting things from that Weeping Clown. Still a harasser, possibly a less reliable harasser with a much more difficult kit to work around than some of the other choices, especially with a forward also on the team. But anything could happen, and this is something that I like about NAU as a server in general. A lot of the time, you know, able to just sort of break that mold and, you know, bring out something like the Weeping Clown. But if I'm not mistaken, it looks like everyone on this team is bringing Flywheel.
Let me check right here. We got a special admin chat where we see everyone's builds. Don't tell anyone. Only we get to see this kind of stuff. No, I don't think.
There is no Tide Turner on this team, and we are going to be seeing the Naiad come out to play today.
This is I think I understand where they're going with this. So basically what Omega is trying to go in here for is they're not really worried about the rescues. They're just worried about getting a good first Kai. Even if it's not a 3 Cypher Kai, let's say it's a half Cypher Kai where all the 3 Cyphers get halfway done or like 67% done. That's still a tie. And so they're betting that their Hunter gets a tie of their own. Which would actually tie the round. No, so then they're relying, if the survivors here tie, they're relying on their Hunter Nico to either get 3 people or 4 people. So they're kind of putting some extra pressure on their Hunter by not taking at least 1 Tide Turner. I probably would go at least 1 Tide Turner. It's a little bit risky, but at the same time, I understand where they're coming from.
Yep, it actually looks like Omega is the team that is surviving right now, and we are going to see Joker on that Naiad. As I mentioned before, known for that Naiad, definitely a main for Joker. And yeah, we could be seeing some very, very strong Naiad gameplay. A lot of areas on this map in particular to water off and trap the survivors in that abyss. So really excited to see, but that flywheel has definitely been brought to sort of counteract that. Flywheel at the right time, and all of that water percentage just goes away. So definitely looking for that, and not looking to get chaired today.
Ooh, yes, that is going to be the big key here. They're going to try to go for these 3 Cypher Kites without Tide Turner. Even 1 Tide Turner makes a huge difference. So even if they get 3 Cyphers here, this is going to still be really hard. I wonder why not have the forward at least go with Tide Turner. Maybe like someone else with Tide Turner, like Merchant. I doubt Merchant is going to get chased. They could totally put Merchant in a hotel. There's no way she's going to get chased. And they could just have her go Tide Turner. They could put the builds, the non-kiting builds on the survivors who are not going to get chased. I would dare say forward is more likely to get chased than Toy Merchant on this kind of map. So I would go with at least 1 Tide Turner just to be safe. But it's interesting. It's still fine. I think they could still pull it off. With the flywheel, they could definitely pull off some 3 Cypher Kites. This is also going to be helpful on the rescues. Don't forget, flywheel's not going to be bad on the rescues against Nai. You could just purposely take water, wait until like 99%. The Nai's going to go in for a swing, thinking you're going to die, and no, you flywheel last second. So she got a basic hit, but you still survive, and you get a clean rescue off, possibly a rebound, because she's still stuck in recovery. So I think with a little bit of surprise factor, the surprise factor is definitely going to be key here. All 4 of them have flywheels, so there is definitely not going to see it coming. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of times where Joker's going to be like thinking, okay, this guy definitely must have Tide Turner, so he's going to go in for the 100% water damage, not even going to think that flywheel's an option, and she's going to swing, and they're going to fly with the water damage, possibly even fly with both at the same time. But we'll see here. Just waiting now on the last member to join from Omega.
Yep, just waiting on Agremont to get in here, but we will see what happens. For now, you know, really looking at an interesting match coming in. Definitely wonder where they're going to pick for the spawns. Toy Merchant probably going to spawn in that hotel area, able to utilize the up and down. And oh, looks like here we are. Agremont showing up for the party. Everybody ready to go into this second round. Definitely, yeah, definitely a little bit taken off guard by that lack of Tide Turner, full flywheel. Definitely a very risky comp, but Omega, obviously a very skilled team, should be able to work with that, should be able to pull something off. And as you're saying, like 3 Cypher Kite, 4 Cypher Kite, it'll be interesting if nothing else.
It'll be interesting for sure, especially with the Sweeping Clown. Again, Naiad, you know, this is not terrible. Weeping Clown against Naiad, not great either, because I think she's the same speed as the Rocket. At the moment she gets 1,000 presence, though, that Rocket becomes basically useless. It's how it works against most hunters. It's why I don't think Weeping Clown is that great of a survivor, is because almost against every single hunter, it becomes useless, either at 0 presence, or if not at 0 presence, then at 1,000 presence. So as long as she doesn't find Cloud as the first target, Cloud will become much easier to chase later on. It looks like Cloud's going to be the Weeping Clown here. And they're all going to have Flywheel. Yep.
Yep, definitely.
It's very good. It works out because it's very good against Naiad. So it does end up working out. We'll see. Also, Ford is very good against Naiad. She's not going to be able to do a whole lot. She's going to have to use her item, the Harpoon, and it's the same story as Wheel. The moment Wheel goes into Wheel, then there's not a whole lot they can do against the forward. You know, they can't swing at them. They don't have that luxury of walking and being able to swing like other hunters while using their abilities. They have to lose their weapon if they want to use their ability, and that is a big key for forwards to go against those kinds of hunters where they can't swing. You know what? If I were to take a wild guess here, I would dare say maybe Joker wants to go in with a surprise excitement here. He needs to surprise them if he's going to bring this back. So I don't know if Blink's going to be able to do it. They're going to expect the Blink. They're probably going to try predicting Blink sometimes. And if you carry excitement, that forward's definitely not going to expect it, especially if you get a fast kill. How is that forward going to know if you have Blink or excitement? But he is going to go after Agremont here. So what he's trying to do here, this is actually something we see here, you can do this with Nyan. Okay, but it's gonna be really hard to make this work if if she's being patient with the catapult. Good job on Agramon. Being super patient with the Agramon. And even though Nyan was waiting there as long as possible, look at this. The harpoon's literally gonna run out. And she just flew back up there, so okay, but the water's all there. So basically what happened there, okay, Agramon is gonna try to hide their footsteps here. Hopefully it works out. I don't know if it will. Did they? No, they stopped running after a while. Sorry, walking after a while.
Yeah, unable to hide those footsteps, but heading right over to where the dancer has already placed that music box, and we are going to see another catapult go down. But beautiful work by Joker, just able to wall off that entire hotel area, making it almost impossible for the toy merchant to kite there. And oh, Agramont is going to go down, and not a lot of progress made on those ciphers. So a beautiful first down from Joker, and we are going to see the toy merchant possibly headed to basement for this first chair.
Shoot, this is really bad. Not the start they were looking for. I'm just gonna be honest. This is really bad. Holy
Yeah,
crap.
we're gonna see that "Don't Rescue Me" coming in from Jam.
So they're gonna go in for a tie here. Obviously, you cannot do a basement rescue without tie turner. Even if they had tie turner, I don't think they want to go for a tie turner rescue. Even if they had it. So I feel like it works out. They don't really have any other option here. We're gonna get one cipher popped here. Pissaber's gonna be dropping his music boxes. He did set up one music box at the cipher. It's just really unfortunate that Agramon didn't get the good start they were looking for. Flew back to the hotel, and even though that's great against most hunters, it happens to be not if there's already water there. And that's just something where like you just have to go against the hunter enough where you have to remember about that kind of thing. And I'm watching Pissaber's here. Pissaber's is using a little bit of time just to set up the blue boxes here. One at the bottom of 2-story and one at the top of 2-story. So I love this kind of thinking here. He's already thinking ahead of the game, expecting some sort of switch here, like a teleport, for example. There we go. Right on cue.
Yeah, swapping targets over to Jam. And yep, still with that full football to utilize and able to get that hit in there. Nyan still only has half presence because of that chair, unable to get more presence from a rescue or anything. It's definitely a really valuable strategy to not go for that rescue. And yep, there goes Jam away, and we are going to see maybe those boxes are going to be a very good trap.
Oh yeah, he's already throwing his harpoon. I'm surprised Joker's not trying to destroy these boxes ahead of time. Here's another problem with Nyan. She cannot destroy these boxes without her harpoon. She needs her harpoon to break these boxes. Look at the combination of speed bonus plus the slowness on the hunter. Now, I feel like there's a little bit of mistake circling the same area because it's going to give that water a little bit of mistake of a flywheel there as well. Just playing it super safe, I guess. But it's going to force him to kite away from his box. It's not going to get us a lot of value from his flywheel, and this is gonna cost him the kite in the long run. In fact, he might even get hit by water here as well. He did. Good job from Joker. Getting in front of the dancer. Doesn't have a speed bonus, so she's not gonna be able to go in 2-story. Nor does she have a flywheel anymore to flywheel into a blue box or something like that. Swing there, but great patience from pit stoppers. Good job. That was really good. Gonna get a great value. It's so nice when you vault this window and the hunter has to vault it as well. You don't see that a lot.
Yeah, those breakable windows on Chinatown can really be something. And oh, knowing that there's no flywheel, able to go for that heavy hit, and yeah, even as slow as it is with the Naiad, you know, once you know that there's nothing that Survivor can do to avoid it, no harm in doing that. But the Survivors are already at one cipher remaining, and oh, another teleport back over to Jam, pressuring that last cipher. And yep, there's still those boxes over here to provide a little bit of a hassle.
Exactly. Now these boxes do disappear. They do disappear, but it takes like 5 or so minutes for them to disappear. They take way too long to disappear. It should be like a Priestess Portal. So the hunter has to respect these boxes. If they don't, every single time that they walk in that area, they're going to have to deal with it. Great dodge from Jam there, by the way. That was beautiful. Going to even use water here to try to catch up, knowing that he's going to come after that cloud. He's going to come after that cipher. He needs to protect this cipher. If I check right now, this cipher's at 45%. It's not quite prime. I'm checking right now on the map. He is going to finally destroy this box. And I have a feeling he's going to ignore the top box at the top. I think he's just going to let that box run out after like 5 minutes in this game. I don't think we're going to see anyone kite back there. But you know what? I have a good feeling that Pissaber is going to try to tell them, hey, there's one more box at the top. If you guys can kite there, you can definitely last there a little bit. Good job from Cloud. Okay, I don't know why Cloud went in that direction though.
Ooh.
Because he used the fly. Okay, okay. I mean, I guess I would have just walked away from the water, but I guess you could flywheel there as well. You know, not bad. And look at that! Wow, he actually stunned from behind. Okay.
Yeah, and
Okay,
that's sort
Cloud,
of
I
the
see you.
versatility of the Weeping Clown, able to get in sort of an area of effects down there. And oh, beautiful hit through that pallet by Joker. But yeah, flywheeling that water there probably just to make sure that Joker couldn't catch up with another harpoon throw and able to just sort of dash it down. And oh wow, barely able to avoid the humidity damage on that one.
Cloud making sure to wait on the dash to end first, then using the rocket. Third teleport of the game. I don't know. I like the first two teleports, but this third teleport now he just doesn't have anything for end game is the problem. And even if he manages to kill someone here, they're getting way too. I would say they're getting way too risky. Why risk it when Cloud can do the other Cypher at 2-story? But they still pull it off anyway. And this is looking like a tie here. I'm going to say it's a tie here. It's going to be very hard. No teleport. He will get water here on... No, he doesn't. I would have taken the water there just so he actually survives here. Wow. No. Okay, I see what he was trying to go for there. But Nye just swings way too fast. Is the issue there.
Yeah, that catapult really could have come in handy there, but just a little bit too slow. But it looks like Cloud may already have that gate open.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
he does.
that gate is already open, so Jam able to make it all the way over there, and yeah, Omega is going to come away from this with a pretty solid draw.
We're going to get a draw here. Now, if their Hunter draws, they go into a round 3. You know, it's funny that Agromant's catapult was still there all that time when this match has been moving on. I didn't think we'd see that catapult return, but it did end up returning there. Pitstoppers with the best deduction there. Great job from Pitstoppers. Getting a rebound kite for his team. Setting up those boxes really does help. Thinking about ahead of time already. We did see a little bit of hesitation when he fell down that height. I feel like that's where the hesitation started coming in. When he fell down, he ran towards the pallets. But then he decided, wait a minute, I should probably stay in my boxes. But then it was a little bit too late because then the Nine's already circling that box. And it's like, well, now I can't really stay here. So it's kind of really awkward. If only he went immediately, as soon as possible, back to 2-story where his boxes were up there. He could definitely get some more twisters in, some more jumps in, stuff like that. So a little bit of an oversight there, but it was still a really good kite. That was still over a 90-second kite from Pitstoppers, because we know that because the teleport actually was up by the time he was chair. That's how long of a kite that was. That it forced under the teleport. We saw a whole 3 teleports there. There was just a whole 200 seconds of just having to go back and forth, and that's really rough when you're in that kind of situation as Hunter, that you're not really in control. You're just barely hanging on, trying to catch on with the ciphers, but you're always constantly being pulled away from them. So that was really good from Omega, making sure to split up cipher progress so that way the Hunter can never control both a chair and a cipher at the same time.
Yeah, and great pressure at the end there by Joker, just circling off that cipher, and that's the beauty of the Naiad, and also almost the beauty of picking a Hunter who isn't as commonly picked nowadays. You know, there's so many counters for the Naiad. That flywheel coming into the high tier has been kind of detrimental to her, but, you know, as a result of that, survivors play less against her and are less equipped to go against her in this tournament format. So, like that miscalculation from Agremont in that first kite, just inexperience going against the Naiad. And that cipher pressure at the end there, watering off the cipher, able to create that abyss right around it to get in that hit on Jam, even if it didn't work out in the end, just showing off that mastery of the character. Like I was notified before going into this that, you know, Joker plays a very, very strong Naiad, and so yeah, did not disappoint.
Absolutely. I don't think Agremont isn't experienced. I think Agremont just forgot simply that, like, jumped away and like, oh, the Hunter fell down. It's a great time, and it's like, oh, well, oh no, there's water here now. It was really awkward.
Just an oversight, but you know, it happens to everybody. No one plays this game perfectly.
That's the thing about Nine though. Not a lot of people know this, but if you connect the bottom floor with a top floor, then everywhere that you connect, let's say you only touch the first floor for a tiny bit. Let's say you only leave a tiny bit of put on the first floor, and then you put all the rest of your water on the second floor. everything on the second floor is also working on the first floor, even though she only touched the first floor for a little bit. So we saw that done a little bit by Joker. Joker threw his harpoon, and it looks like at first it looks like, oh, if Agumon goes under the bridge, she's well, they were playing they were playing what's it called, Toy Merchant. So Toy Merchant would still be fine, right? No, that is actually not the case. If Agumon went under the bridge, where the Knight only put water on the top floor, it would still hit Agumon on the bottom floor because they touched the bottom section. The Nyan put water on the bottom section, so everything on the top part counts on the bottom. Kind of a weird mechanic there. We didn't see that. We didn't see that being done, but it's probably because Agumon already knew about that, and so they didn't fall for it. But trust me, it happens a lot on Hospital. They cover like the whole second floor. Mm-hmm.
Yup, Hospital, Moonlight River Park as well. Just that Naiad able to just block off entire areas. Really, really strong, and great work from Joker able to accomplish that. But we are going to head into the bans and picks this time with Nico hunting for Omega and Nyan Nation returning on the Survivor side. We're going to see that Priestess and that Dancer locked off right away, as well as the Dream Witch. So yeah, very, very strong bans, especially that you do not want to deal with that Priestess on a map like Chinatown.
You see, here's the thing. Nico, no hesitation at all with those bans. He already knows that his Dream Witch is most likely going to get banned. This is a pretty decent Dream Witch map. Not the best, but not a bad one either. And so he knows that because it's one of his strongest hunters, he's expecting Nyan to ban Dream Witch. That's why he just straight up was like, no, I'm not going to ban Dream Witch. I'm very curious. I guess there exists a world where Nyan could have seen, oh, he didn't ban Barmaid. Let's not ban Dream Witch, and let's just go Barmaid and play into the Dream Witch. That is a possibility there, since he banned stuff that's anyway not that great against Dream Witch. Like, it's just okay. Agumon, though, when we saw Agumon play Priestess against that Dream Witch, that was so impressive. Setting up that portal from Corner House and then to Graveyard, that was really, really clean. We also saw later on the chair, I think that was Pistopper's chair. Again, second time he got chaired, we saw another portal there through the small building. I never saw that coming. Really smart thinking. So Agumon already ahead of the game, showing how to play that Priestess well. And you know what? I guess that's why we still see Priestess against Dream Witch. So what was it time about again? Anyway, Bones, take over.
Yeah, we're going to see that Antiquarian and that Acrobat both locked in on the side of Nyan Nation. And I do know that Provari from Nyan Nation is an Acrobat main, so likely going to see them on that Acrobat. And we're going to see Psychologist taken out. Definitely not looking for healers with both that Barmaid and the Psychologist taken off the table. But we are heading into a very, very strong kiting lineup with that Entomologist able to utilize those bees throughout the hotel area. Oh, and we're going to see that Mercenary finally coming out on the Survivor side. Right at the end there, definitely, the strongest rescue that we have, able to take multiple hits, and yeah, very excited to see what this Mercenary is able to do. We haven't really seen him during these rounds, so it's good to see him again after everything.
See, it's interesting because Mercenary, even though Mercenary is one of the strongest rescuers in the game, he doesn't do much more besides that. Now, I will say there's a few other things he does really, really well. He's one of the best decoders in the game, and it seems really weird, but he cannot be chased, which means whatever cipher he takes, he owns. It's his property. Unless Hunter chairs by him, there's no way that Hunter's getting control of that cipher, because if he chases Mercenary, he's going to get kited, or the Hunter's going to get kited, I should say. In that case, that means you cannot do anything about that. You have to give up that cipher to Mercenary. So Mercenary just takes that cipher for free. He's an unchaseable target. Another thing Mercenary can do later on is if there's one cipher remaining in the match, all that Mercenary has to do, the team of Survivors just has to leave Mercenary nearby, forces the Hunter to stay by the prime cipher, because Mercenary is there, and then the other three ciphers can just go ahead and do whatever cipher they want. And it's crazy good. It's ridiculous how good Mercenary is. They kept nerfing him, but even now, he's still a really, really good option. Then again, though, he can only do rescues. He can't go ahead and do ciphers quickly. He's just there to take control of them, not do them quickly. And he can't really support, so that's the kind of the problems with Mercenary. We are going to see Waxers here. Waxer is very good hunter we've seen recently on Chinatown specifically. One of his best maps is actually on Chinatown, mostly because of the super short wall. It's very difficult to kite. Then again, if you get into hotel, it's going to be very, very hard to last as the wax artist, because instead you're going to be one who's trying to survive. It's like going to be like you're the one who's going to get kited, hunted, I should say, as the wax artist. It's absolutely brutal. If you get taken to a really good area against wax artists, here's the thing. I've recently been asked, like, Sikey, what's better, Bonbon or wax artist? And if it's Bonbon, then why do we see so much wax artists? And at first that got me thinking. Like, at first I wanted to say Bonbon, but I'm thinking, why do we see so much wax artists? And I realized it's because you just pick really, really good maps for wax artists. And it's like, well, yeah, you could go Bonbon on the same map, sure, because you can see them. But why would you, when you can easily kill people with full presence later on because you had such a good early game from the fact that people cannot reliably dodge your wax? I mean, dodging bombs, even when you can see the survivor, they can still randomly juke you out. Wax artist is very, very difficult to juke out a wax artist. So I guess that's why we see a lot of wax artists, because you just pick the right map for him and he dominates. But again, you go to that one area, and even Bomba would have been better in that one area. Even Bomba would have been better or something like that. But there's just so many areas that he is good against. He is good in. So it just makes it so much easier to Kaya. So much harder to go against him, not Kaya. It's really just hotel, I would say.
Yeah,
I'm
no.
stumbling on my words.
You're fine. Really, just such a strong map. Those open areas can be absolutely deadly against a wax artist. And as you were saying, you know, so hard to dodge that wax, and can really set up such a great end game if you're able to catch a survivor in an open area right at the beginning. Get that first down quickly, and then, you know, it's not very long until you can get that hot wax, get that very, very nasty double down that wax artist is capable of. And it looks like the survivors are going to... Oh, maybe... Okay, yeah, the Antiquarian's going to start in that hotel, trying to, you know, possibly... yeah, we're going to see probably Acrobat first chase in that corner. A lot of open areas there, but could go anywhere. Could go towards that Mercenary, try and stop him from elbow padding right away with that wax. Catching him in an open area, or yeah, it's anyone's game, but we're going to head right into it. And I believe, as far as I can remember, Omega is in a winning position right now, Sikey?
Yes. Well, not quite. I mean, they did win round 1, but if this hunter can tie, they have to go into round 3. So as long as Nico can get 3 people here, he just needs 3 people. Okay, that's kind of a lot.
Only needs to take out the majority of the survivor team, then we're good.
Yeah, just 3 people. It's not a big deal. Here we go. We got Nico. He's actually off to a really good start here. This is a really, really good start. So this is exactly what we're talking about. You want to catch survivors in these really awkward areas. Look at this. He can just shoot right over the walls. What is this Acrobat supposed to do? He could use a bomb here, but what is it going to do? Oh, I'm surprised Nico didn't come in with the wax. Oh, okay. I guess, yeah, he's going to get him eventually. You know what? Nico's getting greedy here. That's why. He wants to get a hit without the wax. But he's going to need to. So really just ended up wasting time. So now he's finally going to get the hit. Got a little bit greedy there. Trying to, because by the way, this is really interesting as waxers. If you hit someone when they have 92 or 96 wax, they don't lose their wax. So what ends up happening is you immediately get waxed after that hit, and it's ridiculously good. But as a survivor, all you have to do is just get in a situation where you cannot easily get waxed, and then they have to commit that 100 wax. If Nico can just wax one of these ciphers here, that would be really nice, but it looks like he's not going to be able to get a chance to do that. Entomologist is going to try to help out. Let's see how much she can do. Not a whole lot. Not a great area for Entomologist in the first place, honestly. Tried their best, though. And maybe Mercenary wants to body block. Ooh, Nico went for an early swing there. That's okay. I'm surprised, again, I'm surprised he didn't block off that Cypher. And no Terror Shock there. So usually Terror Shock doesn't matter there. Terror Shock doesn't matter if they're already at half health. What it does matter is for presence. And this is a hunter that definitely they want presence with.
Yeah, but still able to get to the half presence. Pretty good progress on that semi-early down from Nico, but we are going to see that the Antiquarian is almost done with her Cypher, and Entomologist forced to start a new one. Mercenary already in the area to rescue. Definitely could be looking at a better Cypher progress from these survivors.
Nico better watch himself here. He better watch himself. You don't want to give a free rescue right there while you're vaulting that window. Watch it. Watch out.
Getting a little bit confident here. But
no Terror Shock. That was close. Okay.
Yeah.
Notice, by the way, how Nico vaulted that window 3 times. Fun fact, those windows only last 4 vaults. So I think what he's planning on doing is he's going to surprise the survivor, have them vault the window for the 4th time, them not knowing that it's the last time, and so Nico can just walk through the window. Personally, I would break the window fully because they're carrying broken windows, so they would still gain something from it. Even though they would slow themselves down with the ball instead of running forward, they still get the boost, so it ends up benefiting them. So we'll see. Nope, he's just gonna leave it up. Okay, so he's gonna block the Cypher. They're gonna heal up. I hope Nico kind of figures that out because he's not getting Tonice, but the problem is Tonice is like kind of by the chair, so he doesn't know if they're rescuing. Maybe he can spot them out. Come
there
on,
we
spot them
are.
out, Nico. Okay, he did spot
On
them out,
but
it's a little
just
bit
a
too
second too late. That mercenary back to full health. But looks
Yes.
like, yeah, they're just going to go ahead and sell that Acrobat here. Oh, Acrobat did still have bombs to utilize, but a switch to teleport here. And
Smart move.
right on
Smart
that
move from
Antiquarian.
Nico.
Mhm.
Very smart move from Nico to automatically get off of the chair. Already having that trump card preferred ahead of time, so that was really nice. He had trump card, right? I didn't notice. I didn't see what chair he
I
started.
think he did. He might have started with teleport and I just missed it.
I'm not sure either. But look, he's gonna
My
be
bad.
off to a. Yeah, I don't know either. Honestly, it could be either one. But look at this. This is kind of the issue with Antiquarian against Wax Artist. Is that you can go ahead and get rid of his basic hit stack. He can still go ahead and hit you with that full wax, and it's like nothing ever happened. It really sucks. But we'll see here. We'll see. Maybe he can get 3 people here. He's going to have to deal with one last Cypher. This Cypher on middle is for sure going to get popped, but I'm looking at the map right here. Get this, guys. No other Cypher has been started. This is the last Cypher that they have, and they haven't started the 5th Cypher. This is all they have. So they're going to have a lot of progress to make up here, especially if this Wax Artist can get... Oh, yeah. There's going to be a double down. If he doesn't hit the chair, he did not hit the chair.
Wow. Yeah, very, very good on Nico's part to not fall for that attempted almost chair bait, but yeah, that mercenary left there at 96 wax, but still going to go down regardless. Antiquarian with a stun here, but really not much time to get to a better area before, and yep, Antiquarian is going to go down, mercenary down as well, and the entomologist is the only one left on the field right now.
Let me see if she
Looks like
started a Cypher. She has started a Cypher. Right in front of us is this last Cypher, but guess what? They died right in front of it, so it's going to be almost impossible now. Waxer's just going to keep covering that Cypher up. I think Nico sees the Mercenary up. He definitely will see now. If he didn't have Deer Hunt before, now he definitely saw right there. Deer Hunt allows you to see survivors through walls, by the way, when they're knocked down. Entomologist, this is really hard. You know, she's gonna try her best here, but Pruvari can only do so much. In fact, as long as he...
Oh, no.
See what he was trying to do there. He was worried about the hot wax. He just wanted to get the rescue in, but it didn't work out. Nico's already thinking that he might just rescue immediately. And it looks like... Oh, nope, it's not over yet. He could have had a way and then get waxed. Yep.
Yep. Yeah, we are going to see that mercenary go down once again. I believe the entomologist, the entomologist still has self-heal, so able to get back up, but it looks like Nico has already anticipated that and is just going to take her back to a chair. So yeah, a very, very clean 4-man from Nico, and I believe Omega is going to take that home and continue into the next round.
That was very close. They really could have tied that. There were a lot of situations there from the Cypher at middle that was 99%. Yes, that Cypher was 99% on the map. And from the other Cypher that was 50%, they definitely could have gotten that done. But between the Mercenary going down, meaning that no one was going to be able to do the Cypher anyway, it would all mean nothing in the end. No matter how close they get that 5th Cypher, and even if they got that 4th Cypher done earlier, they would always be a little bit short because of that rescue. And he really tried his best. What I probably would have done a little bit differently there, L would pat to the chair first. And then what you can do is, even if the hunter goes after you and whack double hits you, at least the person can rebound immediately, as opposed to what we saw there, where he's already on the next person's tail. So there we go, guys. Omega takes the first dubskis in the first rounds of these matches. So good job to Omega. They played very well. Very good job from both teams as well, though. Impressive job from the Hunter sides. I love the Hunter gameplay from both sides, especially Joker almost bringing back that first match. That would have been a huge swing. I doubt anyone would have expected it.
Yeah, definitely coming from that underdog position to almost bring it back for Nyan Nation. coming out with that Naiad. So it's so exciting to see a hunter like Naiad played at that level in this tournament. I might be mistaken, so don't take me incredibly seriously, but I don't believe we've seen her yet in this year. So possibly we have. It's definitely the first time that I've seen her played in the matches that I've commentated. So
Wait, who, Dream Witch? Dream Witch?
no, Naiad. We
Yes,
definitely
Naiad.
seen Dream Witch.
I would be
I would be
surprised.
way more surprised if we hadn't seen Dream Witch already. But yeah, I mean, great Dream Witch play as well from both sides. And yeah, just very clean matches on the part of Omega. And Nyan Nation putting up a valiant fight.
I definitely love the Antiquarian there. The Antiquarian also could have pulled off. Unfortunately, we didn't see a lot of support for the Antiquarian, but the Antiquarian herself definitely packed in the punch. It was just a little bit unfortunate that we didn't end up seeing any support, because it definitely could have changed a match. If it was just coordinated a little bit better, a little bit in different of a spot, we definitely could have seen that happen. So anyway, guys, is that the last match of today? Bones?
I believe, yes, it is. That is the last match for today. Next week, we will be continuing with more matches. Same time, same 2 rounds. We're going to have 2 rounds on Saturday, 2 rounds on Sunday. I'm going to be here again. Second match starting at 5:30 EST. I believe I'm commentating with S again, who I cast with yesterday. Very excited for that. Sikey, when are you going to be here next?
I'm going to be here 2 weeks from now again on next Sunday. So you guys can see me here again if you were willing to listen to my shenanigans, where we're talking literally 5 minutes about some random thing that I'm not even sure really matters. Kind of applies to the character, but you know what? I think is a cool fact regardless. Anyway, guys, with that being said, guys, thank you so much, Bones, commentating with me today. I will see you all later, guys. And Bones, you too.
Yeah, see you later, and thank you all so much for coming.
Take care, everyone.